All right, welcome, one and all, to the latest and greatest Xbox podcast that is included in your Xbox Game Pass Ultimate subscription, giving you even more value for $30 a month. What's going on? I'm Randall Thor 19, the man with the million, and with me, we have Colt Eastwood, the one and only, subbing in for Jez today. Because if you guys are not aware, Mr. Jez Corden, our buddy, the managing editor of Windows Central, he was in the hospital. He was not doing well whatsoever. Well, I wouldn't say it was like life or death, but he was not doing well, as one would have to kind of be to want to go to the hospital in the first place. So he is not available to join us today, even though I know he wants to. So Colt was gracious enough, kind of last minute, because I didn't know for sure if Jez was going to be able to do it until about an hour ago. So Colt was gracious enough with his time to join us today. What's up, buddy?
I'm doing okay. It's been a tumultuous time for a lot of people and fans, and hopefully everybody is, ready to discuss it, and maybe we can all learn a little bit. That's what I'm hoping, at least.
Learning? Please.
Maybe.
I haven't learned nothing since I left high school in 1999.
I've actually learned a few things just this week, so I'm hoping it helps us all kind of get a better perception and perspective on everything. But yeah, it's been pretty crappy.
Yeah. So your week's been pretty crappy?
No, I mean, my week's been all right. I've been playing Dying Light the Beast with Dante and my friend Red Wolf, and we've been having a lot of laughs, and then talking with friends, off the air about the changes with Game Pass and the trajectory of Xbox. It's been a pretty good discussion. Some people really angry that, don't want to, look at different perspectives. But I mean, I guess at this point, Rand, I'm kind of used to Xbox. Waking up in the morning, stepping on a rake, it's kind of just become the norm. You just wonder which rake they're going to step on next, while they put out amazing games. That's the juxtaposition, right?
Yeah, I suppose. They put out like 12, 13 games this year, but there's also the business aspect of it that, drives people up a wall, whether it's the raising console prices or raising the price of Ultimate or doing these other things that make people scratch their head and wonder what the hell's going on. And it's like, yeah, but definitely has been certainly a very interesting week regarding everything that's kind of happened. And it's really, I don't know, it's like Xbox is kind of the only thing that, because I was looking at all the other things that happened this week. I guess, I mean, there was the EA situation, which ties into a larger discussion about, like, what does even gaming look like in the future? Are we going to be at the point where all the major publishers are going to be owned by some other large corporate conglomerate? Is Take-Two going to be sold next to the Chinese or Saudi Arabia? Or, what does the future look like in terms of who owns what and what mega corporations own everything else? Because it certainly seems like maybe that's where it's going to head, which is kind of a dystopian future to think about. But with that said, I don't know. I kind of wanted to talk a little bit at first about the game I've been playing, Colt. Okay, you ready? Because I know we'll get to the big stuff, and we'll probably talk about that for quite some time, where people will be like, "You still talk,"
of course,
but it's like there's so many different factors, like the consumer part of the Game Pass raises, like the business aspect of it. How do people feel about it? Is it worth anything anymore? Because there's going to be a lot of people online telling you how you should feel about something, right? They're going to want you to be like, you need to like follow the example I'm setting. You need to,
right?
Yeah. And there's discussions to be had about it. And my initial kind of thought was, this is a little too expensive now, because before it was kind of a situation where you could kind of set it and forget it, right? where it's like, okay, I'm subscribed to this, and it's okay if I don't use it this month because I'll get to something next month. And even if I only play 5 or 6 games using the service, it's still worth it because it's the money comparison of buying it versus just playing it on a sub. It's like, okay, that's good. But now, with the way the price is, it's like, oh man, like, is it even worth that anymore? I don't know. There's a deeper discussion to be had there, but I wanted to talk about Silent Hill F because that's the game I've been playing, and I've beaten the game twice now, which should already tell you exactly how I feel about this game. That I finished it once, and then immediately started New Game Plus. And even going into playing the game, I thought, okay, I'll play this once. Ghost of Yotai will come out. I'll buy that, and I'll move on to Ghost of Yotai to play that. But when I finished Silent Hill F, and I kind of started to read people's thoughts, like Gene Park, who had started a New Game Plus, and how New Game Plus was, even though it's like the same, there's new elements added to New Game Plus, new areas, new different things, dialogue, new cutscenes. It kind of expands the game in a way, almost not in the same breath of like Nier Automata, where just like beating the game one time isn't really, quote, being done with the game or beating with the game, because there's the different playthroughs you do that expands the story so you get the full account of what's going on. I was just like reading some of that stuff and I'm like, oh, this sounds cool. Let me do another playthrough. And I finished my second playthrough last night, Colt, right? Okay. And I think the game has shot up in my estimation of like, but my first playthrough was great. And I was like, oh, this game is a lot better than I expected it to be. I am a Silent Hill fan. Before, it was like, okay, it's top 10 for the year. But then I played it my second time, and I'm kind of now at the point where I'm like, I think this is top 5. Because I really enjoyed what they're trying to do here with the storytelling and the idea of like, hey, what is actually happening? I like really like the setting of like Japan, 1960s, the red flowers and the disgusting stuff going around. And I'm a big fan of survival horror in general. The Resident Evils, the Dead Spaces, all that stuff. Chronos: The New Dawn, which I played recently. So I'm like predispositioned to enjoy these type of games. And you know, Silent Hill 2 is my favorite Silent Hill, which I played the remake last year. So I'm playing this one, a brand new Silent Hill, and to be honest, the newer Silent Hills since 3 have all kind of not been good. Silent Hill Homecoming, Silent Hill Downpour, I played both of those. They're not good games. So there's this, like, the stigma hanging on top of a brand new Silent Hill game is like it's going to be bad because there hasn't been a good one since most people would argue Silent Hill: The Room. And I'm playing this and I'm enjoying like pretty much everything the game has. I think maybe the only thing that was kind of holding the game back was, and I think this will apply to most people, is how do you feel about the combat? Because the combat is melee based and it's almost more reminiscent of like early survival horror where there's really not that much to it. There's like a parry button because the enemy will glow red, and if you press the button at the right time, you'll do an attack. But it's basically just like hit enemies until they expire, and it doesn't. I could definitely see people being turned off by how basic it is. And I will say it is maybe one of the things that is preventing me from saying, you know, like, hey, this game is a game of the year contender for me, even though I'm saying I think it might be top 5, is I do think the combat isn't as amazing as I've seen other people say. Like sometimes when I'm getting into it and I'm like dodging enemies and I'm attacking, it feels good, but then other times I feel like the parry window's too small. And I really don't like I'm just really not a fan of weapon degradation. And this game has it where you can have 3 weapons and it'll degrade over time, and you have to kind of use toolkits to repair it. So like I don't really. It's a thing that's in all different video games, and I've just never really been a fan of that aspect. But the game does do a thing where, like, hey, you don't have to really fight the enemies. You can run away, which I know you would do because you don't really like survival horror games. You get scared and you scream.
Yeah.
So you can run away. There are, like, mandatory combat sections where you do have to kind of get past. But a lot of it is like, okay, you come up to an enemy and you could attack them, but there's really no incentive to it. There's the thematical elements of what the game is telling you about the character, which I won't really talk about, which makes sense for her to run away. But then there's also really no reason to attack enemies because you have, like, I don't want to call it like an open world, but you have the city you're going through, so you can run past and get different alleyways. Because if you do attack the enemy, your weapon's going to get degraded. They don't drop any items. Like, you would fight somebody in Dead Space or the Resident Evil games, and there's a chance, like, the enemies may drop, like, stuff you would need. So sometimes it's worth it to fight the enemies. So they never drop anything. They don't drop any currency. The game uses this thing called faith, where you find items scattered about the levels that you pick up that you can then sell or put into a shrine to get faith, and then you use your faith to upgrade your character to get more health and more all that stuff, or buy kind of upgrades. So a lot of the times I just find myself, if I don't really want to, I'll just run past enemies because there's really no incentive to do it, which is fine because it's a survival horror game, and that should be an aspect of, like, the character being scared and you just not wanting to fight and run away. But I really enjoyed the narrative of the game. I enjoyed, like, the look of it, and I don't know, like, playing through the second time, seeing what's different with the new cutscenes and the story it's trying to tell. I was just like, man, this game's super cool. It's definitely easily the best, like, Silent Hill since, I don't know, probably 3 in my opinion, although 2's still my favorite. But I am, like, really surprised because I bought it because I like Silent Hill, but I wasn't expecting it to be great. And I honestly think Silent Hill F is great. And it won't be for everybody because it's certainly not for you. And I know people might have an issue with the combat, but I can't get enough of it. And so much so I'm probably going to start a 3rd playthrough to get, like, the 4th and final ending and play it on the hardest difficulties, and then finish the game off. And then I don't know what I'll play after that. Maybe Yotai, maybe Little Nightmares 3 and Battlefield 6. But I, like, maybe love's a strong of a word, but I really, really, really am enjoying my time with Silent Hill F right now.
Yeah.
So, and I know you said you've been playing Dying Light the Beast, but I know you finished off, like, Borderlands 4, and weren't your reactions to that kind of, you were like, at first it was, you really liked it.
First was amazing.
And then the more you played it, you were like, I'm not
well,
sure.
you just get to the, I won't spoil it, but, like, toward the end, it's like, kind of like just pushes to the end and final boss, and then you're done. And then the Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, which usually starts you out with the campaign again with more varied enemies and better loot. Instead, it just gives you a long laundry list of all the quests that you've completed, and then it has you choose them either at random or choose them from a list by name. Like, you'll pick a mission like Monkeys in a Barrel, and you're like, I don't even remember what that mission is, and so you have to kind of blindly choose a mission or redo a boss battle to get better loot. And it's like, but you could do that all throughout the game. You can have 3 or 4 quests done, and at any time you could replay them through the mechanics that it has. So I just felt like I've played Borderlands 1, 2, 3, and Tiny Tina's Wonderland to a crazy amount of time. And what you normally do is, once you're done with the game, you start over and it ramps it up, and you keep building your character until you get to the top level, until DLC comes. And I have no desire to move on to a game I absolutely loved. Borderlands 4, I loved like 90% of the game. When I got to the end, I'm like, this is all we're doing? And they said that fans didn't want New Game Plus. They didn't like it. So they yanked it out of there. And I'm like, that's super weird. I loved the game, but by the end, I was like, yeah, it was good. And then Dying Light the Beast feels like playing the first game all over again.
Did you enjoy 2? Like Dying Light 2? Because I played Dying Light 1, and I liked it quite a bit. And I played
loved
2.
1.
And I don't know what happened, but with 2, I think I played it for 5 hours, and I quit. And you know me, I don't normally, if I play a game, I'll finish it. I don't normally not finish something. I don't know if it was another game had come out that I wanted to play more, but I played Dying Light 2 for a few hours and then never came back. So
I played it for like 60. Dying Light 2, halfway through the game, you're like, this is just too much nonsense. Too many quests, too much running back and forth throughout the entire map that was way too big. It was really well polished. Looked amazing on Series X and PS5, but it didn't have the same magic that the first game had. The Beast is a little more like that. It's a smaller, it's a kind of a big map, but it's more like a small rural area, and it's just been really good. And I'm glad I'm back to the whole thing. So
Dying Light the Beast brings back the original main character from the first game?
Yeah, you're Kyle Crane, but it just kind of also just has that same tone and almost looks like you're playing a game in 2014 at 60 frames. Yeah. So yeah, it's weird, but I'm really enjoying it. And the looting everything and everything you grab has a purpose. There's the crafting system's really pretty good in that game. Can't remember. I played a game recently. You just grab all this stuff and you can't do anything with a backpack full of gear, because they made the crafting system so arduous. It's just good. It's a good game. And it was, it's a $60 game brand new on console. So yeah, I've been doing that. I'm kind of like trying to wait because Ghost of Yotei is out now. And I kind of feel like I wanted to wait because I thought we would be inundated with brand new releases, but there's like this 2-week pocket you and I have been talking about where we're trying to figure out what we're going to play. And you were talking about picking up Yotei, and I'll interchangeably call it Yotei or Yotei Tai. And I was just going to maybe wait on PC, but then I like to buy that 1 or 2 games on PlayStation. Like I played Death Stranding 2 at launch, so I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do, but I've got 30 hours ahead of me of Dying Light the Beast, so
and
I might just wait.
So like you're probably not going to play Battlefield 6 next week because I don't think you're a big Battlefield fan, and I don't really think
I will. And the reason why for your audience, the reason why I'm talking about what am I going to play in the cadence, like I'm not doing that so you guys can hear what the heck we're playing or if you care, but it ties into this overall message that we'll be talking about today about what you should be doing when it comes to subscriptions or buying games outright. So I want you to remember kind of like, what am I looking at? What am I going to play? Because I like to kind of, what am I going to be playing for the next 2 weeks? So sometimes when I dive into a game I really like, I'm like on that for 2, maybe 3 weeks. And so I'm kind of looking at that like little space gap. Like, what should I do now?
You've been on Starfield for 2 years now,
though. I was actually playing Starfield for about 3 weeks during the dead time of the summer. Absolutely loving it while I just waited for, what was the game that we were waiting to come out? Borderlands 4, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, you were waiting for Borderlands 4, but now there's
anyway.
A whole
I'm
bunch
sorry.
Of stuff coming out.
You asked me about Battlefield 6. I'll play a little bit online with friends here or there. I don't typically like to do that, but I'm excited a lot to play the campaign. I love playing those campaigns with the volume all the way up.
Are you interested in seeing how the battle shapes up between Battlefield 6 and Call of Duty? Because we've already seen Call of Duty walk back the stuff about skins, which nobody really thought they'd do because people buy them.
Right.
But then they're like, okay, the skins aren't going to transfer to Black Ops 7, and they've already kind of said that I think they mentioned how they had a lot of like big time collabs coming up with bigger IP that they're not doing anymore. And it seems like that's almost like in direct response to Battlefield 6. I don't know if you saw the trailer they put out recently where they had a bunch of celebrities like Zac Efron and Jimmy Butler, and then they like blew them up right away.
Yeah, they made fun of Call of Duty.
And
I'm annoyed at the fight between Call of Duty and Battlefield because there's a large subsect of people who are like, it's time for Call of Duty to die.
yeah,
But we all know that Call of Duty is going to be the top selling game. Battlefield's going to be sitting right next to it. Both are going to exist, but the competitive nature in us as gamers and humans is like one must die and the other will stand on its corpse.
well, a lot of people look at it
And-
as competitions. They feel like Call of Duty hasn't had any competition in a while, at least in the
good point.
military shooter space. Because like Fortnite is super big, but a lot of people don't view it as like they compete with each other. But of course, everything competes with everything.
Only
'cause they're always
Warzone and
competing
Fortnite,
with your time and your money. But like people have always been like, oh man, only if Battlefield was bigger and it could help mold Call of Duty into something better. But then kind of Battlefield fell apart after Battlefield 5, and 2042 really didn't do anything. There was that time where like Battlefield 1 was amazing, and I don't know, depending on who you ask, it sold better than the Call of Duty that came out that year. But then Call of Duty kind of changed. Like Call of Duty went back and they redid like Modern Warfare, right? They remade it with 2019, which I think might be the highest selling Call of Duty ever, right? So they kind of went back to that Modern Warfare stuff, and people really loved it because they were kind of getting away from that with like the future stuff that people didn't seem to like. Battlefield went away because it wasn't a yearly release, and now people seem to be exhausted with Call of Duty. Because they're the only show in town, and then here comes Battlefield, and they're saying and doing the right things, right? They're making fun of the skins with blowing up Zac Efron in the commercial. So it seems like one of their things is directly attacking their competition. So a lot of people that really enjoy playing on those games, they're hoping that Battlefield eats COD's lunch, because then they hope that because of that, the competition will drive Call of Duty to be better for next year's game, or the game after
or in
that.
2 years,
So-
since their cycle overlap.
Yeah.
It takes them 2 to 3 years to turn the bus around.
And I've always been a Battlefield
that's a
guy.
good point. That's a
I've
good
been a
correction.
Battlefield guy. Like I don't when I play Call of Duty, but I only play the campaign, and I know I'm a weirdo when it comes to that. Because I've always been a Battlefield multiplayer guy. I've never been a Call of Duty guy. So there's a part of me that's like secretly like, is it Battlefield's time? It's just too bad that I'm at the point now where I don't really care about multiplayer online gaming, because like there was a point where Battlefield Bad Company and Battlefield Bad Company 2 and Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4 were my most played online games, before like the Battle Royale genre and PUBG and all that stuff came out. Like I played those games so much, and I'm like, this is better than like, why isn't this the de facto? So there's a part of me that looks at him like, yeah, Battlefield, like show him what's up. Finally, it's your time. It's taken longer than I thought. So there's a part of me that's like happy to see that potentially a Battlefield success. Because I don't know if you've seen some of the articles. I guess the Call of Duty beta came out, and the numbers. I mean, people are already comparing the numbers of what they're doing on Twitch and what they're doing on Steam versus what Battlefield was doing, and the comparisons aren't great. Like Battlefield's is like a lot better.
The blessed Steam database charts, which allow everyone to become a games analyst, myself included, right?
Yeah.
Oh, the numbers look really low on Call of Duty beta. That means the game's going to die, and typically that does kind of come true, right? That you see a really low number of beta or people in or early access, whatever, and you're like, it's DOA. We get that a lot in this community. I don't have a dog in the fight for Call of Duty or for Battlefield. I just want to. All I know is the Call of Duty campaigns past couple of years have been really fantastic, and people have been having a good time with the zombies mode, and multiplayer has been popular and whatever. And then to see Battlefield come back with Vincent Pella and be what it used to be amazing. I guess just pick whatever you're going to play, I suppose. Hopefully both do really well. It's just kind of funny that there is a little bit of extra scrutiny for Call of Duty because it's got its own demons, and now it's got Xbox's like baggage attached to it. So I don't blame people for the complaints they make about.
Do you think that
a small part?
Do you think people think about that when they think of Call of Duty? Like, because
probably not 80% of people are probably not thinking, oh, it's got the Xbox stank on it, right? That's probably not how most people think. That's a small subset of people. But when Xbox has its major problems and people remember that Microsoft or Xbox own Activision and put those two and two together, like, oh, I see. Okay. I don't think they directly correlate. I don't think Xbox has any effect on Call of Duty whatsoever. They couldn't if they tried.
Yeah.
Call of Duty just they run their own ship, and I don't think Matt Booty makes a lot of decisions there. That would be my assumption. You could give your insight on that.
I mean, I have no idea. But you know what? I'm gonna do some housekeeping real quick, and then we'll continue on the conversation. So this week, Xbox 2. Normally, Jez does these because he does the Surfshark RAR. I'm not going to do that, but we do. The sponsor for this episode is indeed Surfshark VPN. So if you're looking for the ultimate way to safeguard your online experience, Surfshark VPN has got you covered. Whether you're streaming, gaming, or simply browsing, Surfshark ensures your privacy and security are top-notch. With its lightning-fast speeds and unlimited device connections, Surfshark is the perfect partner for all your digital adventures. Unlock a truly open internet with Surfshark's powerful features. From bypassing geo-restrictions to accessing global content, Surfshark lets you enjoy the web without limits. Plus, its Clean Web feature blocks ads, trackers, and malware before they reach you, giving you a faster, cleaner online experience. Your data is precious, and Surfshark treats it that way. With a strict no-logs policy, you can trust that your browsing history stays private. Surfshark's robust encryption keeps your personal information safe and secure so you can surf the web with confidence. And we have an exclusive offer from Surfshark, as we've been running it for quite some time now. But right now they're offering Xbox 2 listeners 86% off a 2-year plan, which comes out to like $2 a day. I think it's like $60 for 2 years. So take control of your online freedom today. Hit the link in the description below to claim this incredible deal. Surf smarter, surf safer, surf with Surfshark. So I know Jez uses it quite a bit. I kind of I've been thinking about getting it because sometimes I know you can, like, when you log in, you can download it on your PC, you can download it on your phones and stuff. And I've been using looking at some website on my phone. And man, these websites are just ridiculous with their ads now. It, like, bogs down on my phone. Yeah, like on my PC, it's like, okay, I have ad block on certain websites. Like I don't run ad block on YouTube because I have YouTube Premium, which thank God, I don't even know what YouTube looks like with ads because one of the first things I did was get Premium. I don't even see, this is the thing. Like I don't even think about YouTube Premium. Like there's, you know what I mean? Like with Game Pass, it's like, like, am I getting my values worth? Like, whatever. Like, YouTube Premium doesn't even enter my mind as something that I'm really even paying for. But I know I would because I remember what YouTube used to be like. So I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to try Surfshark VPN because I want to download a lot of the, log in and like download this stuff so I can look at these websites on my phone or whatever and not get these ads. I know Jez loves it. Uses it constantly, between Germany and the UK and stuff to access all the different content and stuff like that. But I'm at the point now where I'm like, this is probably I'm gonna have to get a VPN, and Surfshark has the great deal. So I just been using a website on my phone, and it's just like constant ads making it refresh, and I'm like, you know what? I think it's time. I think it's time to do this. But also we have the wonderful Patreons that support myself and Jez for the Xbox 2, patreon.com/XB2, where, you can support us. The question and answer thread is up, depending on how Jez feels, because if you're just tuning in now, Jez was at the hospital recently. He's doing better. It's not life or death, but he is unable to basically do the show. So that's why Colt is here. So we know we're going to be having an Xbox 2+1 soon. Hopefully we can have it next week and Jez is feeling good by Tuesday. If not, I guess we'll just have to have it the week after. But question and answer thread is up. We'll have a exclusive podcast coming up next week and all that good stuff. We have the shout-outs for the people in the Xbox 2 MVP tier. We got Resin Force, iMike Zero, Tier, Shrapnel, Inner Machine, Holy Dark Dad, Steve Stompy, 09C Mine, James Wiseau, Trickster for Trey, Laser Wolf, Battered Haddock, Armored Dude 52C, Foreign Object, RS Donks, Silas, James Moore, Fantasticals, K-Trax, Bright Tundra 1, Discarded Caboose, Justin Duel, Sean Kramer, PB Bro King, Asa T and Madison, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Wagerman, Pat Rock, Scarcely Relevant, Adam Bartolo, Briggs Country, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys so much for your continued support of the Xbox 2 podcast. So, yeah, that's the housekeeping all done, Colt. So, anything you want to talk about before we talk about this Xbox price increase? You want to talk about the prototype remaster, bro? Because that was sort of a thing. That was sort of a thing that kind of happened. I think I was talking to you when that popped up. I remember talking to you. I'm like, hey, just prototype remaster?
I mean, I could cover that in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's like
if it's true, expect it to be a 60 frames remaster of what you already have available right now. The game won't look amazing or modern. It'll look like a 2009 game, and it will.
Is that really how old it was?
Run nice on the consoles.
It was, right? It was like kind of middle of 360 gen. It was like a
prototype 1 was
2009.
Yeah, I remember the moment very well because I was like,
well,
do I get Infamous?
They did already remaster them, didn't they?
Sort of, yeah. They remastered them to 1080p on the Xbox One and PS4. So I expect them to change the lighting slightly and make it 4K at 60, and it'll still feel like an old game. But I remember 2009 because I was like, do I get this new Infamous game or Prototype, which is basically like two anti-hero games that were very similar. I think Infamous ended up being a little bit better game, but I like both of them.
Yeah. So
yeah, I remember that moment, and I just played Prototype 2 about a year or two ago when ABK was about to close because I kind of wanted to revisit that. Gaz, Septic Sauce, and I were both kind of playing that on our consoles at 30 frames. It's like, oh, my eyes, because it just feels really old after playing everything at 60 on Series X. But I don't know. I would assume it's true. Another thing that came down the pipeline is that Transformers Fall of Cybertron, the second one, not the first. I don't know why. This one continues to pop up. It's popped up on the Steam storefront again. It is available in the Xbox store if you search. I've got it ready to download with a warning sign on it. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what the heck's going on with Activision's games, but your cohort, Jez Corden, wrote a really great article about, yet again, here is a laundry list of Activision games and Call of Duty games that have not come to Game Pass, and Xbox is being really super stingy about games that they originally promised us. We'll talk about this when we talk about the Game Pass stuff, but this is something that they promised to bring this library, or at least a precedence that they would.
Well,
like
when you think about, like, if you're about to, I would assume when Xbox was preparing this announcement about the Game Pass thing, I would imagine if they were smart people, they would probably know it wasn't going to go over well. Or maybe they thought it would. I don't know. Maybe they thought, hey, we're providing 75 plus day one games. Maybe they thought like, oh, well, when people see the value we're adding to it, they're going to be fine with the price increase, right? Probably not. They probably knew it wouldn't go over well. But you are right in the sense of the Activision games or whatever. And it's like,
yeah,
why not? Couldn't you have said maybe to? I know it wouldn't have mattered. But you could have like helped with it by saying, oh, and adding today, a lot of the games from the Activision back catalog are hitting the Game Pass, like Prototype and
I think
Transformers and Spider-Man. To just help swallow the bitter pill of being like, here's these games.
I think yeah, but I think they already feel like they're giving you.
I'm sure they do, but I'm saying like anything would help. Anything would help in that case of, because
they feel like they're giving you $18 worth of additional content plus upping the frequency of games coming to Game Pass every month. for the additional $10. And they're like, what are they going to cry about? Like, we're literally giving them, I'll say $16 worth of brand new perks. Plus we're promising a 50% increase in day one games to Game Pass. Why would they whine about this price hike? And they've missed the plot. And there's a lot to go into, and I don't want to start off right away, but bringing more Activision games, I think this is part of the theme. The reason why the Activision games aren't dropping in a small number or in lump sum is because Microsoft knows that once they do that, it eliminates the ability for you to go and buy Spyro or go and buy Prototype 2 on their storefront, which is absolutely asinine. They dumped 25 games from Bethesda when they acquired them. They don't have as many as Activision, but they could have at least done what they did by setting precedents with Bethesda, saying, look, we brought 20 plus games into the service day and date. When we locked down Bethesda, we should at least bring in 12 to 20 of a select catalog. We can pick ones we don't are the lowest tier, the ones that are possibly selling, and then we can eke in the other ones. Like, they don't even want to put, Call of Duty World at War because, occasionally people buy that. We make $3 a month on that game. That's one of the major problems that's so tone deaf with Microsoft and Xbox right now. Sorry, it's a lot.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, if you're gonna offer something like a bad news thing, you could kind of be like, well, here's some good news. The games that we said we'd kind of put in there with the Activision.
But they already did that, Rand. They already feel like they gave us the crap sandwich. They gave us the good.
Sure.
The middle was the price hike, and then they ended it with, look at all these things we're giving you. And they totally thought that was okay. And they brought in that no-name spokeswoman, which it's really rude when I say that, but we don't know who she is. They didn't bring on one of their great personalities that is like a spokesperson for the Xbox brand or Game Pass.
Do you think Sarah Bond or Phil should have been the one doing the announcement and not some random Xbox employee?
I mean, they want like a likable person to be on camera, a bubbly, sprightly person to say, hey, look at all the things we're bringing to Game Pass and we're changing the tiers. And, we thought this thing
They listened to our feedback, bro.
Right.
I think it was like the first thing that was said. They listened to the feedback, and I guess the feedback told them they wanted it to be more expensive. So
I don't know who the spokesperson would have been, but somebody like Malik, who's incredible personality and just really jumps off the screen and is really likable, or even Jeff Rubenstein doesn't do that stuff as much as he used to, like last decade. But maybe Sarah Bond. I mean, this stuff was planned over a month ago at least. I mean, you had the graphics team putting together tiered graphics and motion graphics for the trailers, and they put together 4 different videos, and then everything that went along with all of the communication and the brand deal with Epic, with Fortnite, and a brand deal with Ubisoft, which is a major deal. This is one of the reasons why they'll never go back on the price hike, because those deals are solidified, and tough luck, that's how it goes. But yeah, they knew this was coming, and they dropped it on a major World of Warcraft expansion reveal and a Bethesda Fallout 76 reveal where they tied into the TV show finally. They completely buried that entire team's moment to share their new content coming to the game. All the content creators like myself who were flown out to New York to play this and communicate this new content for them. And the moment our videos went up, they're like, oh, by the way, we're absolutely ganking you with Game Pass. Hope you like it.
Yeah, I didn't think about that they had some other planned
shout out to Hasdor.
So
that if you know, Hasdor says that Cuphead dev chick still lives in my head. Yeah, I remember.
Oh, the Cuphead,
absolutely.
The Cuphead girl. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess we'll get through some of the smaller stuff. Halo, Colt, kind of been in the news this week. So it kind of came out that the Halo CE remake is being co-devved by Virtua Studio, one of the Virtua Studios, one of the ones that were also behind Oblivion, and that also, which we sort of already knew.
They also did Tony Hawk's, right?
Yeah. I'm not sure who did
or
the Tony Hawk games.
Or is that Vicarious Visions?
Well, I know Tony Hawk 1 and 2 was Vicarious Visions, but then they got folded into Blizzard. I think Iron Galaxy did 3 and 4, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't remember.
Oh, well, we didn't even mention the prototype thing, just for a quick aside. The reason people think there is a remaster coming is because the Steam version was updated, and there's a thank you list. Iron Galaxy's in the credits now when they've never been before, and it mentions the Ubisoft Connect version, which doesn't exist, which is the reason why people think there's some remaster coming, because why would you update all that sort of stuff, right? But with this Halo thing is Halo, I think the Halo World Championships are this fall, and we do know that they are planning to announce or show off whatever they're working on next. Now, they haven't said what they're working on next. It's been rumored for a while now that there is a Halo Combat Evolved remake in the works. And when Microsoft, or when 343 Industries changed to Halo Studios, one of the first things they showed off were screenshots of Halo running in Unreal Engine. And it kind of looked like Halo CE remake. And there's, like I said, there's been rumors for a while that that's going to be happening. And apparently there's going to be like a deep dive on October 24th or something like that. Like, yeah, all we know is that it consists of a big event followed by a deep dive panel. This may be where Halo Studios plans to announce the Combat Evolved remake, but nothing is confirmed yet. So we have Mr. Rebs confirming that the Virtua Studios working on it. I think Xbox Air also confirmed with their sources that that's the case. So are you looking forward to whatever this is and whatever the future of the Halo might be? Considering like Halo was the biggest thing Xbox had for a long time, and now it's not the case anymore, and it really seems like Halo's presence and importance to the Xbox brand has lessened over the years. Because I don't even know. I'm thinking of even like the last showcases. Like, ever since Infinite's come out, there hasn't been a peep of anything Halo related at any of the Xbox showcases, even though every single year at every single show, Fallout 76 is there, Elder Scrolls Online is there, Sea of Thieves
and Halo
is
Infinite's
there.
had big content
and
drops.
Halo Infinite has
horde mode.
Yeah, they don't talk about Halo like they used to. Like, Halo was the brand. Now, it's great that there are other things have surpassed it, or I guess the way you look at it, like bad, because that means Halo's declined, but like Forza Horizon has easily surpassed Halo at this point. Obviously Call of Duty is the top, Minecraft does what it does, Fallout because of the TV show and all those things, but Halo's kind of in that thing where people, it's weird because when you look at Halo Infinite, which has the same Metacritic score as Ghost of Yotai, which just came out, people will look back and say Halo Infinite was garbage. But at the time it released, people loved Halo Infinite. They just didn't like the lack of post-launch support.
Biomes.
Like, it didn't have well, not even that. Like, the people liked the campaign. Sure, the campaign had, it didn't have variety, as you would say, right? Like, it had the one biome, which was a thing everybody talked about. Like, there weren't really anything different, but people liked the campaign. People really liked the grapple hook. People really liked the multiplayer too. I mean, you played it and you were waiting for new content, and the new content never came. So, like, over time, people kind of thought in their heads, well, Halo Infinite's trash, when, like, that wasn't the case before. So I know you're not the biggest Halo fan, and I was. At one point in time, it was my favorite franchise.
Yeah, sure it was. Yeah.
And so I'm super curious to see what their vision of the future of Halo is. Like, am I interested in seeing Halo CE remake? Maybe just to see what it looks like running in Unreal. Just to kind of...
So I have a lot to say on this, because I really like Halo, but after, I think around the time Halo 4 was about to come out, my attitude was kind of like, Halo's good and stuff. Yeah, that's whatever. But when the game drops and I play it, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is why I love Halo. Like, it always surprises me how enjoyable, or how I forgot how enjoyable Halo is. Halo 4 came out, I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, this is great. Halo 5 came out, I was like, oh. But anyway, when I did the same thing with Halo Infinite, I was like, oh, I hope it's really good. And then while I'm playing it, I'm like, oh my gosh, of course. So we love Halo. So when you ask me, are you excited for the next Halo, maybe, Combat Evolved remake, I can sit here and say, not really excited, but I'm sure once I play it, it'll bring back those memories. But then I'm kind of reminded of Gears Reloaded, which kind of came and fizzled out just kind of came and went and wasn't really a big release. Not a lot of people played it. I installed it and started playing. I'm like, this just looks a little sharper. It doesn't look as gritty as the old one. I'm not excited about this. I've played the first Gears like 4 times. I don't need to play it again. I kind of feel that way about Halo Combat Evolved, but I understand that Halo Studios is going to use this to cut their teeth in Unreal Engine 5, get everybody on the same engine that they already know or they already are learning, and then make the next Halo, which will be Halo 6, in 7 years from now. Or whatever they're going to call it.
You think it's like 7 years from now?
I mean, they could call it Halo 6, because doesn't really...
I mean, Infinite is a sequel to 5.
Yeah,
regardless of the
7.
name.
Yeah.
I mean, assuming it still continues the story of Master Chief, I mean, they could go in a different direction and have a different protagonist, and you don't have to call it Halo 7.
Like a girl? Have like a female protagonist, with one side of her head shaved? Sign me up.
I mean, it could. Apparently, Ghost of Yotai, it didn't matter for that game. Apparently, it's selling better than Ghost of Tsushima, although I don't know if that's confirmed. I did see people talking about that on social media.
I don't know.
But, I mean, they tried that with 5, right? With Locke, where they tried to introduce another character that they could basically kind of carry on the franchise or have a spin-off, and that didn't go very well. But it's not that I'm super interested in Halo CE Remake. I guess... I don't know if we'll see it, but I'm sort of wondering what's the future of Halo beyond that? Are they even going to talk about the next mainline Halo game or talk about Certain Affinity's project? I don't know.
I don't think Certain Affinity's project still exists.
No, I mean,
right?
It does. It's a multiplayer Halo game. It was like the canceled Battle Royale game Tatanka turned into something else, and they're making some sort of thing. Don't know if it's its own standalone thing. Don't know if it's tied to like the mainline Halo thing. So it's like, yeah, I played Halo CE a whole bunch of times. So the only thing I'm really curious about is what it really looks like now in Halo in this generation with Unreal Engine 5. I'm not that interested in replaying it, just like I didn't replay Gears Reloaded. I played that not that long ago, so it's like I don't really care to. If it was Gears 2, go ahead. Yeah.
I want to read this because if you come back to it later, it won't matter. But Chris, thank you for the 5 for supporting Rand and Jez. He says, Cole, I think the difference between Halo CE Remake than the Gears one is it'll actually have new graphics and gameplay. Reloaded was just an up-res, which absolutely I stand corrected. I forgot that I'm pretty sure that there will be a slightly different or more modern or changed feel with the CE remake, and I can't imagine them changing a lot of the game, but I do expect to feel.
That's where it's like you're running with the fan base, because if you change anything about how the game feels is, you're gonna have like the hardcore fans being like, "Wait a minute, this isn't Halo." Like for instance,
the diehard purist Halo fans have been ruining the franchise for 12 years. They won't let us have sprint. They won't let us do all this stuff. And I know Septic Sauce in the chat. He's done some really great content about how the purists have held back. Yeah, he's in the chat. He's putting the little wiener emojis and stuff. But yeah, we understand that the purists have held back. Oh, Halo doesn't feel modern. Oh, Halo doesn't feel like the original Halo. It's the juxtaposition that has put 343 in a tailspin. They don't know what to do. It's like, stop trying to appease a certain amount of fans to make an amazing game.
What you're saying is that Halo CE Remake should have sprint. It should have a grapple hook. It should have a whole bunch of changes.
I mean, it couldn't. I guess that could break the feel of the game if you can run across the wide valleys.
But isn't that where 343 is, like between a rock and a hard place? Because if they make any changes, they know the hardcore fans are going to bitch. but a lot of gamers now, or younger gamers, probably feel that Halo feels slow or old. And
I also want iron sights in every single gun. The iron sight in the original assault rifle in Halo 5 felt incredible.
I guess the question
and it wasn't even a true iron
is,
sight.
are we doing a remake that is going to stay true to what Halo 1 is, and then we'll try all the different things that we need to appeal to the modern gaming or what have you for Halo 7? I can't imagine them changing anything from this. I think it'll just be a straight up here's Halo 1, but it just looks amazing. There's gonna be no changes to it, and they'll sell it everywhere.
Yeah, probably.
And then the next Halo 7 was where, like, okay, what are we doing here with this game? I'm curious if we'll get anything about that. So I am kind of, my interest is very piqued for this deep dive. Like, I don't care about the Halo Championship World Series. I'm very curious to see anything regarding, like, if they get into beyond just like Halo CE. And it's also one of those things where do you think we'll get a release date at this thing? Like, they'll officially announce the Halo CE thing and say fall 2026? Because, I mean, like,
they'll probably,
Wolverine just had this big trailer and then ended with fall 2026. And we know Phil says lots of stuff, and sometimes they come back to bite him his ass. But we like, next year is the 25th anniversary of Halo. So could they have a trailer and say coming fall 2026? I mean, there's no reason not to say it, right? Because could you imagine if, like, delays are a thing. Stuff happens in game development, but, like, could you imagine if, like, Halo CE ended up getting delayed, so it missed, like, the window of the 25th anniversary? So,
I mean, what happened with Infinite? Did it end up missing the window, or was it
remember
delayed a month?
Halo
I can't
Infinite
remember.
was supposed to launch with the console, the Series X. It got delayed for a year.
Remember when Gaz and I on his podcast, my podcast, continually told them to delay Halo, #delay Halo, and everyone told us to shut the hell up. And then the game came out undercooked, and now they're like, oh, we forgot that Gaz and Colt said that. Yeah, I remember that. Pepper's Farm remembers. I remember.
The game was undercooked?
Yeah, it didn't have a good roadmap, and I think that it was. It
didn't have any
we loved the campaign,
content,
but remember they told us. Remember Rebs Gaming, the fantastic Halo insider and reporter on YouTube and Twitter, explained all this stuff that was yanked out and stuff that wasn't put into the campaign
to make it in time. Yeah, there's a lot of things.
So you go and you get these, like, mini Far Cry style outposts you can take out, and then that's just kind of it. And you're like, wait a minute, there should be other stuff here, and it's because they wouldn't let it bring it to fruition, or they yanked stuff out while they were trying to finish the game. And Xbox was still like, we've been delaying games for a decade. We can't delay a game anymore. And then just brought out Halo Infinite as is with a small delay. And I still loved it. I had a fantastic time with it, but my argument was it needs to come out. I remember you and I argued about this on your podcast 4 years ago or whatever it was. I said Halo Infinite has to come out the best it can possibly be. And you were like, well, Colt, you're only saying that for the console war, so it can be highly rated. I'm like, this is an important franchise to Xbox and to gamers and first-person fans. Like, it needs to be the very best it can be. And if it means delaying it to next year, they absolutely should do it, but they didn't.
Well, they did, though.
Tim says they should have crunched. Yeah.
They did delay it a year, though. I guess you could argue that they've delayed it 2 years.
Yeah, I'm talking about when we were like 2 to 3 months from release, and they had a small.
People are like, oh, it'll launch like 6 months later or something. You know, it's kind of similar to the Fable stuff right now, because Fable, they delayed earlier this year, and it's like, okay, well, does that mean Fable? Because Fable's supposed to come out this year, but if you're delaying it already, does that mean Fable is an early 2026 game, or does that mean
it's barely going to make 2026?
Yeah, so it's like,
and no, I loved Halo Infinite. You and I loved it. I played it twice, back to back, because we didn't get achievements during the review period. I went and redid the whole thing.
I still don't have, and I played
Heroic.
it. I played it twice during the preview, or like I say preview, but it was in the Insider Hub, and it was the whole game, but like achievements weren't enabled. So if you go look at my achievements in Halo, I hardly have any, because all the campaign stuff I earned in the Insider thing, but achievements were turned off just like they were for Starfield. And I played through I played through the Halo campaign twice for review, once on like normal difficulty, and once on one of the harder ones.
Heroic.
And I don't have any of like the campaign achievements, and I was just like, I don't want to. When it came out, I was like, well, do I want to play it a third time through? And I was like, I'll get to it at some point, and maybe I still will, but like I don't have like any of the achievements from the campaign because it's like I already played through this twice and didn't get any of them. You know.
All right.
But anyways,
sometimes they're retroactive and sometimes they're not.
Sometimes they are. But yeah, the Insider thing. But let me get a few of the super chats here, so they don't back up or whatever. We have Glassdoor Gamer who says, Xbox games are mid, $30, lol. Okay, well, thank you for your opinion. Are they mid though, Colt? Haven't you been keeping a open critic comparison chart between PlayStation's games this gen and Xbox's games this gen?
Yeah, I need to update it once Ghost of Yotei settles out, and then what was Xbox's most recent one? Yeah, I'm missing one or two
Xbox
games.
has like 4 games still yet to release. They got Keeper, Ninja Gaiden 4, Outer Worlds 2, and COD. But wasn't the whole reason you did that project was because you wanted to see what the difference was for
who was providing it was it was never about who has the best exclusives, because almost half of the games before anything changed with Xbox were releasing on PlayStation anyway, because of weird deals or pre-existing things and legacy stuff. But yeah, it was about who's providing great games, because the sentiment online is that Xbox games are trash, and I think people sometimes still say that, but the reality right now is that I don't know what the number is, but they put out about 30 games each from first party, PlayStation versus Xbox. And Xbox has like a 1% to 2% advantage in the quality of reviewed games over PlayStation right now. Ghost of Yotei will bring their score back up because it's an 87. And then, Outer Worlds might be lower than 87. I expect to be an 84 or so. And Outer Worlds 2. So yeah, it'll just be an ebb and flow back and forth. I think what the reality is at this point, Xbox and PlayStation will put out about the same amount of games throughout the generation, and then they'll put about
the same amount of
mid-80s.
Games. Yeah, they'll put about the same amount of games, and they'll be about the same like score.
Yeah, they'll even out around 80, 81, or 83% out of 100, which is absolutely phenomenal, because some of our favorite games are scored around there that we love to this day. So
we have Billy the Brewer.
Juan Pablo says last time Colt did this, he was missing games. Not a single game Juan was missing from that list. It is I put out a roadmap game that was missing a roadmap one that was missing a couple, but I put them in later. But yeah, it's been vetted pretty well, so it's about as accurate as anything could be. So
Billy the Brewer says, "Hey Rand, I will be in Chicago next weekend running the marathon. Where should I eat after the run?" Oh man. I mean, you guys know I think the best pizza is Palermo's, which is on 95th and Cicero, in Oak Lawn. Downtown though, I mean, I don't really know what the best places are for downtown, because I haven't really gone to any restaurants downtown in like the recent years, so I'm not really sure what is considered the best. I think you could probably just search Google or even YouTube for your answers there. But I hope you have a good time running the marathon, because that's going to be tough. Doing that.
I'll never do that.
Highlander Grimm says, "Have a great weekend, Rand and Colt." Well, thank you. Hope you do too.
Thank you.
Andy Hart, member 44 months, says, "Good evening, Rand and Colt. Do you believe Xbox console gaming is dying, and there's new focus to push gamers to PC?" Well, as a quick answer to that, because we'll probably go into a deeper discussion about it, if they cancel the next gen console, then yes, it's dying. But I do also think I think it's not dying right now, but also I do think they are trying to move people to PC. Or I guess they probably think our console loyalists will never leave, and they'll be they'll grin and bear it. And other people will migrate to PC because they feel like PC is the growing platform. Like, so we can offer our stuff there, and then, I mean, that's part of the reason why Game Pass PC isn't as expensive as Ultimate, is because they still think there's growth to be had there. So they price it. I think it's what, $15 or is it $16? I know
16.
It was, yeah. So I know there was an increase there. But they clearly think still that there's some room to maneuver, and there are some people that could use it versus, like, you know, $30. So part of me thinks there is a little bit of like, yeah, they'll probably be okay for people moving to PC, but I think they feel their console loyalists aren't gonna go anywhere, and we'll see if that's the truth or not. Because if they don't do another console, I feel like, where are those people going to go? They're probably all just going to go to PC. And I feel like with Microsoft doing Xbox Play Anywhere, it makes that lateral move from Xbox to PC a lot easier for someone to do than, say, PlayStation to PC or Nintendo to PC, because you're going to go to PC and then you'll find a lot of your games are already there because of Xbox Play Anywhere. So it's kind of like that move makes sense because of the nature that how Xbox has been with PC, like day one games and everything, right? And Play Anywhere.
Yeah.
Rave Damo says, go ahead. What were you saying?
I just think that Xbox is kind of backing off of the Xbox Series X and their console right now because they're losing so much money. We're seeing them yank support on Walmart and Sam's Club and Costco, and I don't think it's a coincidence. I think they've looked at it and they're losing so much money per unit. They can't grow enough to get into profit margins, so they're like, let's just back off. Every time we sell a console, it doesn't really do us any favors, and it's their own fault. And so they're going to diminish their presence of selling consoles and hope that they can make up the money elsewhere. That's why we'll talk about the Game Pass thing. Like, they're making money in certain avenues that make up for the shortfalls in other parts of the division that are not doing well, and hardware is one of them, or console is one of them. So
it could be just the retailers look at it like, we're stocking this item, but the item doesn't move because the item is too expensive, so we're just going to clear the shelf space to sell things that do move, right? It's not like Amazon, which is, you know, Amazon does have their warehouses, but they don't really have like a show floor. So you go to Sam's Club,
but
Walmart
doesn't,
Costco.
Walmart doesn't have to pay for a spot. If Walmart is carrying a Series X, they only pay when it comes in and goes back out.
Yeah, but a retailer might look at it
like,
like, okay, these things are now $650 for the Series X and whatever. And we've seen this, how many sales we were selling with these units before at 500 or whatever it was, and they weren't moving. So now it's even more expensive. It's not going to move. So it might be more beneficial to Walmart to have products in that spot that actually do sell, like more Switch space or more PlayStation space, than sell an Xbox console that maybe isn't selling. So I think that's more on the retailer side, because maybe it just doesn't make sense for the retailers to even sell the hardware because the hardware is just too expensive for them. Like, it wasn't selling that much before, and now it's probably going to sell less. So they're just like, this is taking up space. It's taking up space on the show floor, and it's taking up space in inventory. We're just not going to do it. Yeah. Rave Damos says in the super chat, between console prices, Game Pass prices, and Game Pass PC, half the cost for day one. Never more than now has Xbox been pushing gamers to PC. Frosty says the super chat, is Xbox marketing Game Pass Ultimate to the more casual audience, especially in the US? Xbox first party games, COD, EA Play, Ubisoft Classics, Fortnite Crew, etc. A lot of games, perks that might appeal to casuals. I think they want to, but I also feel like casuals don't care. It's kind of, I get what they're trying to do with the Fortnite Crew and with Call of Duty, because Call of Duty is so big that it does have a casual audience, and it's like, here's Call of Duty, it's in Game Pass, get it. Oh, you play Fortnite? Okay, well, get Fortnite Crew. It gives you V-Bucks, it gives you the Battle Pass. But the thing with also with casuals is that they're cheap. They don't really play or spend that much. And you could just buy the subscription of Fortnite Crew for $12 rather than, hey, I'm going to spend $30 a month for it. So I get it where they're like, okay, and we've seen all the reactions and all the talk about how like black hole gaming, like the free-to-play games, suck up so much time and so much money that Xbox is probably looking at like, how can we pull some of that audience to Game Pass? And Fortnite and Call of Duty is one of those things, but I feel like casuals wouldn't care, because if you're casual and all you play is Call of Duty or all you play is Fortnite, you're probably not looking for 400 games to play. And I guess you say, well, Rand, what if they do subscribe and they find all the games they love and they become they graduate from a casual gamer to a hardcore gamer? And it's like, yeah, that possibly could be true for probably a few edge cases, but I don't really think that will end up being true. I don't know. We'll talk about that more when we get into it, but I'm sure that was one of the reasons for it. Danny Passion Official says, COD pushed people away of their own since 2019. Didn't skin a COD, played them all every year, and this year after playing Battlefield 6 beta, I'm skipping COD. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be doing the same. Ian says, Rand, last week I asked you if you read the Joe Ledger series. I just started Mayberry's fantasy series with Kagan the Dam. I recommend it. I actually already have that on my list. I saw one of my buddies on BookTube, Mike, talk about that, so I added it to my TBR. But my TBR is ridiculous anyways, and I just started a dark fantasy novel today, which was Empire of the Damned, Book 2 of Empire of the Vampire. So I'll get to it at some point, but I got a lot of books to read until I get there. But it is on my list. Housemark says, in all human history, politicians have never been right, except for that one time they said Game Pass would go up after the Activision deal. Well, I mean,
did like 3 times. It seems like
twice, I think, because I think when it closed in 2023, it was $17.99. They increased the price last year because Ultimate went up from $17.99 to $19.99, and then they increased it the year after to $30. So I think it's had 2 price increases since the Activision thing. So
I know a lot's changed, but it's just funny. In 2018 or 2017, it was $10 a month, and now it's $30 a month. It's gone up 3 times. And I remember thinking, I've probably told people many times that $10 is a sweet spot. Like, and my friends would say, oh, they're going to raise the price. I'm like, I don't think so. I think they're right at the sweet spot. Like, this is where people actually subscribe and not cancel. And they've just continued to hike and jack that price up over and over and change the tiers. And you know, now they've like basically priced people out. So,
yeah, I mean, I think the only tier that's still $10 is like the what is it? The Xbox Live Gold, aka Xbox Core, aka now called Xbox Essential. I think they just really copied PlayStation's naming, because PlayStation's tiers were Essential What was it? No, it was Essential Premium. It was like 2 of them were Essential and Premium, which Xbox copied. I forget what the other one was. It's funny
because we would talk about what the tiers could be and like what they could make change, because we saw Game Pass changes coming for a while, and we try to come up with a word, and the names are already taken.
Words are all used.
Premium, Essential, Ultimate, they're all used.
Yeah, it's like you're calling something Ultimate. Is there something beyond Ultimate? Like you're like Infinite,
Platinum.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Ultimate
the
Plus,
words are already used up.
You know.
Yeah.
Chris says, Colt, I think the difference between... Oh, you read this one. Between the Halo CE remake and the Gears that it's actually have new graphics and gameplay. Reloaded was an upres. Glassdoor Gamer says, Sam's Club is the latest drop Xbox clearance. Yeah, we did mention that. Meat Puppet says, I'd like to see the 2005 OG Most Wanted added to Game Pass, or at least backwards compatibility. Do you think they will do that? I don't think so. Do you, Colt?
Which game?
2005 OG Most Wanted added to Game Pass. I doubt it.
Oh, Need for Speed. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
funny. I mean, is that not in back compat? I don't think it is.
I don't
No one
think
can
so
play it.
either.
Yeah, yeah. They redid it in 2012, which I thought was a fun game, but it's not the same type of Need for Speed. No, they won't. I don't know. I think Need for Speed is on ice anyway right now, right? That's what they said.
Yeah, but yeah, 2005. So I guess it depends on if it's in back competitive. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it
I mean,
is.
the franchise is on ice. Like Activision has put it on hold.
Right. Well, okay. We just have a special guest joining us right now. The one and only Paris Lilly is here. Let's see if he can.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How you doing?
What's up, Paris?
A lot.
A lot's going up. Yeah.
A lot, yeah.
So, I figured now's a good time to talk about the Game Pass stuff. We got 3 of us here. There's a lot to dive into to talk about stuff. So, just if anybody's not aware, this is what's happening. So, Microsoft, in their infinite wisdom, decided to rename the tiers, kind of change some things around, and so Xbox. What used to be Xbox Core is now Xbox Essential. And they're advertising 50 games. And it's playable on PC, console, and cloud. So one of the things you'll notice that is all the tiers, like you sign up at one, I think you get them across everything Xbox is. Like the whole Play Anywhere initiative stuff, like PC, console, and cloud. You get unlimited cloud gaming, which is something they put on all the tiers. In-game benefits, including for Riot Games, online console multiplayer, and play and earn up to $25 a year with in-store rewards. Xbox Standard is now Xbox Game Pass Premium, which they say features 200 plus games for $15 a month. So no price increase on the bottom 2 tiers. You get unlimited cloud gaming with shorter wait times, so they're kind of monetizing waiting times in cloud gaming in this setup, as you'll see. In-game benefits for Riot Games, online console multiplayer, and play and earn up to $50 a year in the store with rewards. But the big news is Ultimate, because it went from $19.99 a month to $29.99 a month, and they're saying it has 400 plus games on PC, console, and cloud. They're adding 75.
It's $550.
Yeah,
It's $550, by the way.
I don't know what makes them say like, oh, it's 400 plus instead of saying
They've been
it's
doing
actually
that for
500.
years.
Yeah. I thought it was before.
They've been underselling it for years.
People they kept it at 100 because the more you advertise, like I guess people have a choice paralysis. Like they don't know, like oh there'll be too much and I won't know what to play or something. But so the big things that they're advertising for this is that you'll now have 75 plus day one games a year, including all published games day one, because they did make mention that Call of Duty. So like you get all in premium, the middle tier, the Xbox first party games will launch within the year they come out. So that could be anywhere from 2 months to 11 months and 29 days. But not Call of Duty, so it doesn't sound like you're going to get Call of Duty in that tier. But in this one, they're saying that you get them all. They're adding Ubisoft Classics, and EA Plays already included, with Fortnite Crew coming in November, which gives you 1,000 V-Bucks a month, as well as the Battle Pass. You get unlimited cloud gaming at the best quality, 1440p, with the shortest wait times. The Riot Games stuff, online console multiplayer, and up to $100 a year in store with rewards. And obviously, everybody's got an opinion about this because it's been the trending thing all week. So, Paris, I wasn't able to watch your kind of funny appearance, but it's been a couple days.
You didn't see the 10,000 clips that people put out there because clearly what I had to say must have mattered.
I'm not really on Twitter, so I haven't. But it's been a few days since then, right? This was Monday. We've had some extra time to digest and think about it. So, hit us with your thoughts.
So you're right. There's been a few days now, so I kind of have a little bit of reflection on it as far as my thoughts go. I will say off the top, my initial reaction is still the same. This is a terrible idea. Mm-hmm. Okay. I do not agree with it. I think to answer, because I've been known for years to say Xbox is the best value in gaming, mm-hmm. and I said on Kind of Funny, I can no longer say that, and it really just comes down to this: it was the best value in gaming until it wasn't. Mm. And that happened on October 1st. It no longer was the best value game, in my opinion, because, and I think, I can't remember if you alluded to, I just heard this somewhere because I've heard various opinions, but someone even alluded to this. My thought has always been, when Game Pass first came about, day and date was the appeal. It has always been the appeal of it, that wow, you're going to give me all of your first party titles and select indie and third party titles day and date into your service. And at one point, Ultimate was $15 a month. It's a set it and forget it scenario at that price. And I think it was you saying this earlier. It's like, you just have it.
Yep.
And if you skip a month or two, no big deal, because at that price, it's worth having that subscription. And that has always been my mantra when it comes to Game Pass, especially obviously the Ultimate tier. When it went to $20, I thought, okay, current state of the world, everything that's going on, I don't necessarily like it, but I can swallow that pill. It's still a great value at that price. Just 2 days ago or 3 days ago, I was joking around with Danny that they're about to raise. I know they're going to raise the price. Like the Spidey sense is tingling.
We knew
I
it.
knew
We
it was
knew
going
it.
to happen.
Like, yeah, I thought it was going to be maybe 25 max. Maybe.
And this is what my point. I was saying I can see it being anywhere from $2 to $5. That's what my thought was. Like you said, I thought the max you would see is 25. Again, hard pill to swallow, but understandable. You can still, okay, I don't necessarily like it, but this is still worth having. Here's my issue with the 50% jump, taking it all the way up to 30. And I've seen the various opinions. You could still argue you're getting a great value out of it. But my point was and is, at $30 a month, now am I playing it enough to make it worth that value? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Whereas, am I playing enough games every year, and are they providing enough games that I want to play every month, every year, that it equates me wanting to spend $30 a month or $360 a year on the service? That's where I am with this, that it went from being a no-brainer to where I actually need to now evaluate, is this for me? Because it is for some people. Let's be clear here. There are people that are hardcore gamers that will absolutely get value out of this. And I want to say this too before I forget. For me, Ubisoft Classics doesn't do anything. The Fortnite stuff doesn't do anything for me. So while, yes, they did add value to it, it isn't value for me. And I think that's the problem. Now, I come to Game Pass Ultimate for the day and date. And now you've priced it at a day and date price to where I don't necessarily know if that's worth it to me, or am I better off? And I'm speaking in general here, just because, full disclosure, I've gotten Game Pass Ultimate codes over the years, but I do pay for my children to have it, right? So now I have to think, is this worth it enough that I want to continue to pay at that price tier, right? Or do I lower down to the premium or the essential tier, which, if you look at both of those, by adding in PC games and cloud streaming, they did add value to those. 100% they did. But ultimately, and I think this is where I'm most critical of it, PC Game Pass is still a thing. And yes, the price did increase up to $16.49 or whatever, but really, that's the best value you can get. And I think you were just talking about this too. It almost is telling people you're better off playing on PC than you are on console, because you can still take advantage of day and date releases coming from Xbox Game Studios, Bethesda, and Activision on PC Game Pass at a reasonable price. Again, a price that is easy for me to swallow versus having to pay $30 for features that I'm not going to take advantage of other than the day and date. That is the reason that you come here. And I'll just say this too while I'm talking. I remember, I think this was the last price increase. I can't remember, but I remember having an offline conversation with someone at Xbox because they couldn't understand why I was so adamant about, because I think I was bringing up PlayStation Plus. I'm forgetting the exact reasoning of the conversation, but it had to do with Game Pass and had to do with PlayStation Plus. And I was like, look, oh no, PlayStation had increased prices on it or something. Anyways, doesn't matter. The whole point that I was saying to them was, at no point has PlayStation ever advertised PlayStation Plus as something you need to subscribe to. Whereas Game Pass, you made it a selling point of day and date. That was the reason to come to Game Pass, right? PlayStation has never done that. PlayStation's like, if you subscribe to it, great. If you don't, we really don't care. That's always been the attitude that I've seen from PlayStation when it comes to PlayStation Plus. And sure, some people take advantage of it, some people don't, but ultimately they're fine with you just still going to buy your game. So when I look at what has happened, and clearly we're seeing that premium, I guess, is because the other thing with premium, you're going to get their first party games within a year, right? Year max, except Call of Duty, which speaks volumes, in my opinion, that clearly Call of Duty, being the 800-pound gorilla in the room that it is every freaking year, there is definitely some financial value to them that either you're going to spend $30 a month to get it, or you're going to go buy it.
Yeah.
Right? I think there weren't enough people.
I
don't think there were enough people joining Game Pass to play COD. They just had all these in mass Game Pass subscribers, 30 plus million subscribers, and a bunch of them are leeching off their free copy of Call of Duty, and they saw a loss in overall money that was come in because of that. So here they are taking Call of Duty off of the middle tier.
See, and here's the other part that I'll bring to this, because when when all the layoffs were happening and we're seeing all the turmoil that was happening, I guess that was back in June. I had said then about Game Pass, I was like, if it's not sustainable, if it's not profitable, they'd get rid of it. Now is the time to get rid of it. And they didn't. So you're thinking, all right, it's sustainable. We obviously just had Sarah Bond reiterate that it was profitable for them.
And that does not look good, Paris. That is like, I know she didn't say it 2 days ago and it's reported, but they said it before. It was like, hey, we make $5 billion a year on this and it's profitable. And then like the next thing you wake up the next day and suddenly it's, oh, by the way, we're raising the price of Ultimate 50%. So
see, that's my point. That's my point, Rand. And it honestly doesn't matter if she said it yesterday or if she said it 2 months ago. It was said.
Yeah.
And then you knew this news. You knew this was happening, right? It just, again, it is a bad PR look for them. And clearly we are seeing just how this has been picked up across media. Just obviously social media is blowing up. You had the website, crash. There were people trying to cancel it. It doesn't look good. It comes down to more self-inflicted wounds from Xbox, whereas you've now raised the price of your hardware twice. You've now raised the price of your subscription service twice, and I'm talking within a calendar year. And this time the price increase is so extreme, it's literally pushing people away from your ecosystem. They're like, why am I investing in this ecosystem? Why am I subscribing to this? And look, there are people, because I've seen both sides of it, that are perfectly fine. They can see the value out of it, the back and forth. I honestly could care less or get into that stuff, because that is an individual choice. At the end of the day, you do what you want. I am speaking from my point of view on this as a consumer, as someone who would purchase this. When I saw $30, I was like, yeesh. That was my initial thought. I no longer saw, oh, you added this or you added that. I saw, you're asking me to spend $30 a month on gaming, which I love gaming. I take into like with Netflix, like obviously all those things. Like I'm lucky enough through T-Mobile, I get Netflix for free. But I remember I had HBO Max for a while, and when they raised the price to whatever it was, I go, this is no longer valuable to me. I am not watching enough content out of HBO Max to spend this amount of money. So I canceled it. I remember I was using Apple TV Plus for a little bit. You're getting me on the dark matter and stuff like that. They raised the price. I'm like, peace out. I'm out. I'm not watching enough content on here for that to be valuable to me. So now bring this to gaming. Like I said at the top, am I playing enough games every month that it is now worth it to me to spend at this premium price? Because correct me if I'm wrong, this is now the highest subscription price in any medium, correct? I don't think anything's more expensive than this. I don't think anything else is. Well, I guess the ESPN thing is going to be that, right? Yeah,
ESPN's the most expensive.
But
it is definitely one of the most.
But let's bring ESPN into this. If I'm on YouTube TV, if I got rid of YouTube TV and now you wanted me to a la carte ESPN, there's no freaking way I'm spending $29.99 on ESPN. I'm not doing that. So this is the point I'm trying to make. We're getting to a price point where consumers have to, whether you can afford it or not, you got to look at this stuff and go, is this worth it to me? Is this worth my money? Am I getting enough value out of this? And I'm telling you right now, for me at $30, and I even responded to Jez when he posted his article, because I read his article and I saw Jez saying there that 2026 is going to be big as far as content goes for them. Obviously, it's the 25th year. We essentially are getting Halo, Fable, Forza, Gear, stuff like that. So you would think you're going to consistently have a lot of content coming from Xbox Game Studios. And I know they've already touted 75 day one releases, right? That's all fine and dandy for 2026. What about 2027? What about 2028, 2029, beyond? Because not to mention, you're going to be flipping into your quote unquote next generation of content at that point. What does the launch lineup look like? Do you have a consistent cadence of next gen titles that are coming over the first year or two that makes me go, damn, I want Game Pass because I'm going to play all these games and I'm interested in them and their quality. It's like there's so many what ifs now that actions clearly speak louder than words when it comes to this stuff. And now we're in can they deliver? Because now you've set the bar. Can you deliver on this? Can you make me say, well, damn, they were right. It is worth $30 a month. Because look at everything that I'm getting from this. Look at all the games that I'm playing consistently from this. You're now asking your customers to be heavily invested into the Xbox ecosystem. And not to mention, there's still a PlayStation out there. There's still a Nintendo, obviously other third-party publishers, Steam, Epic Store, where maybe people decide I would rather invest in that versus trying to subscribe. Or maybe this is just a thing where they're like, you know what? If you subscribe to it, great. If you don't, you're going to spend $70 or $80 for the game that you want to play. So we win either way. Maybe it's that. I just think, and this is someone I've literally been, with Xbox almost 25 years at this point, since day one. This is the most, what's the word I'm looking for? This is the most anti-consumer that I can remember them ever being with this move. Whereas they've always painted themselves or marketed themselves as player first. We're always looking at the player. When we do step on a rake, we course correct, right? Obviously, you go back to the beginning of Xbox One, all that nonsense. Phil comes in, you rip out Connect, you lower the price, you start doing all these consumer friendly things. And then here is a service which is probably the most consumer friendly thing that they've ever done. And now you've put a scarlet letter over it at this high price. And I'm sorry, the other tiers are essentially PlayStation Plus. They're not why you subscribe to Game Pass. So unless you're on PC Game Pass, I just don't know what the true value is for the console gamer. Sure, someone is heavily involved into Fortnite or just love them some Ubisoft classics. I get it. But I just think a lot of people are going to look at this and either downgrade to the essential tier, which gives them multiplayer, which again, console gamers are still paying for multiplayer in 2025, where PC gamers do not, which ask a whole nother bunch of questions about the next gen strategy with the alleged hybrid PC, obviously everything Windows and all that. So how the hell is that going to work? But console gamers just seem like they're paying a premium for things that PC gamers do not have to do. And you're essentially playing the same exact games and getting the same exact services from Xbox. But because one sits under your television and one sits in your office, you're paying more.
Colt's PC sits underneath his TV.
Yeah, some people, yeah. But and I'm just saying this, and I'll shut up because I know I've been talking a lot. It just, I saw the messaging that came out about it, like, hey, we're hearing people and all that. I don't think that's good enough. I really don't. It's.
Did I read that? So this is what they said. This is what they said. So they came out and talked about this. So Microsoft says it's understanding price increases are never fun for anybody, blah, blah, blah. Speaking to The Verge, Microsoft Director of Gaming and Platform Communications Dustin Blackwell said that it is, quote, trying to reinforce its offerings by, quote, adding more value to these plans alongside the price increases, quote, it's something we don't take lightly, and we're listening to the feedback of players and the community to try and provide them with more of what they're asking for. Blackwell noted the price increase reflected additional content added to the service, especially the Ultimate tier. Quote, Game Pass Ultimate will now include access to more than 400 titles globally. This includes the majority of our partners who want to continue to bring their future games to Game Pass. We're also now giving access to more than 75 day one releases. Each year, that's a 50% increase over the day one titles we provided last year. So that was...
Can I say this too? Yeah. And let me say this too, to just put a bow on this from my thoughts. I also think the timing on this is absolutely horrible because you are about to enter, which you could argue is the biggest month Xbox has had in their 24-year history of just games that are coming out from their first party publishers. You're going to get Ninja Gaiden 4. You're about to get Keeper from Double Fine. You're going to get The Outer Worlds 2 from Obsidian. And then, give a week or two, you're about to get Black Ops 7 from Activision. And it's like and the handheld launches, regardless of what you think of the price. You're also about to launch a handheld into the market. All this is happening in about a 5 or 6 week period, right? So it's like, you're doing this, but you kick off the month with something that there's no look. They didn't wake up on September 30th and go, you know what? We think would be a good idea. Let's change the tiers and let's raise the price by 50% on Ultimate. So clearly they knew customer feedback was not going to be positive about this. But instead of us talking about the handheld, talking about all these games that are about to hit, what are we talking about? We're talking about prices going up again. It's just not good. Like, honestly, look, I'm not defending them in any point of raising price because I am 100% against raising price on anything. I'm a cheapskate because that's why I find value in stuff if it's cheap. They'd have been better off doing this in January than October. Just get through this freaking holiday, build up some goodwill on this, and then quietly during the quiet time of January, do this or something. I don't know. Maybe there is never a good time to do something like this. But like I said, having what is such an insane month of game releases and a hardware release, you do this. No one's talking about those games. That's the unfortunate part about it. Instead of us focusing on that.
You remember, I wonder if anything about them wanting to charge $80 for Outer Worlds 2 and obviously Call of Duty, and then having to walk that back because the conversation around Outer Worlds 2 at that time was it's not worth $80. And I would assume the pre-orders were bad because why else would you then suddenly be like, actually, no, it's going to be $70. I sort of wonder if them walking back those prices had anything to do with the pricing of this, where they're like, well, since we're not selling these games for $10 more, we thought about selling. We maybe could have done Ultimate for $25, but because we can't sell these games for an extra $10 yet, we'll go through. Probably not, but it makes me wonder if that came into their line of thinking of like, well, we had these plans for selling these $80 games, but now those damn gamers for not pre-ordering, like we're gonna jack the price up. So Colt, Paris had a lot to say. I'm very curious to because I think you've given your thoughts as well on your own video and around in different podcasts. So what are you thinking about all this?
That they were going to make their money either way. You and I did some rough arithmetic the other day, and if 5 to 10 million, up to 10 million people,
it depends on how many people. It depends on how many people, right? Like the more people you have subscribed, the you know.
Yeah, I mean, we had enough margin of error in our math to come to a pretty decent conclusion that if up to 10 million people cancel Game Pass because of this new price hike, that the price hike would cover, that they would still end up making more money. And I think what Xbox
the same amount
did
of money,
is told,
at least.
Yeah, or close to, right? So they wouldn't be losing a bunch of money. And I think that the Microsoft leadership said, look, we're going to have to do this. Like Paris said, there's no good time to make this announcement that we want to make more money. They said it's sustainable. They said it's profitable. Sarah Bond just said 2 days ago, we make $5 billion a year in revenue. They said that months ago as well. And Sarah Bond said that knowing that they had a whole rollout of communications, graphics, videos, shorts, and everything to battle this thing that they knew they would get backlash. They don't care. They're going to make the money they're going to make. Gamers are going to whine. Gamers are going to get used to it. They're going to unsub or they're going to downgrade a tier, and they're going to grin and bear it and just take it because we're going to make our money that we need to make because it's an expensive service. The other thing is that when people are like, you don't need to subscribe to Game Pass every single month, and you don't. But if you downgrade to the $16 tier, Xbox is basically giving you at least a $50 game every single month. At least in 2025, they almost had something every month because sometimes they had 2 major releases in the month. So if you're like, well, I'm going to save money by downgrading to premium, or I'm going to unsubscribe from Game Pass, Microsoft's like, we're going to get your money anyway because you're going to buy Outer Worlds 2, you're going to buy Ninja Gaiden 4, you're going to buy Call of Duty Black Ops 7, and you're going to pay full price for it. So you're either going to pay less for Game Pass and buy the games, or you're going to pay more for Game Pass and get the games included, and we're still going to make our money. And it's just frustrating that they thought it was okay to go up to a $30 tier. But the devil's advocate argument of that is they didn't just jack up the price like they've done with the consoles and Game Pass in the past. They didn't just say, hey, this is the price because we said so. You have to give them credit that they did attempt to give you a value proposition in the price hike. We talked about, okay, let's ignore how many people play Fortnite. People who play Fortnite don't play other games like that. That's all just subjective nonsense that no one can actually tie to any amount of numbers. But you have to sit and admit that if you play a little bit of Fortnite or a lot of Fortnite, they're giving you 1,000 V-Bucks every month. They're giving you unlockable of the season content every time because you're in Fortnite crew. And you can't sit here and say everyone's played Ubisoft games or the other blanket statement, all Ubisoft games are trash, because I've looked at that thing several times. Me, personally, I've played every Ubisoft game I want. I already own almost all of the ones I've ever wanted to play. So Ubisoft Plus Classics doesn't do anything for me, but you can't look at those list of games and go, those are trash. Like, you're talking about the legacy of Far Cry, Ghost Recon, Assassin's Creed. You got the Rayman games in there. There's a bunch of games in there that are going to be of value to someone. But I'm just upset that they didn't just make another tier. I know why they didn't. They couldn't make like a 4th tier and say, we've got the Ultimate Extreme Platinum tier, which also brings Ubisoft Plus and Fortnite and everything else, because no one would subscribe to a $30 or $40 tier. So instead what they did is they took the top tier where they knew everyone needs to be if you want PC, Xbox, cloud, day one games and everything, and they tried to soften the blow with extra content. And then they said, we're going to up the frequency of day one games that we get from partners in our studios 50%. Up to 75 games a year are going to be in the Game Pass. Brand new day and date games they've never done before. So they did try, but my problem is $30 just prices people out of the market. Like Paris said earlier, it was like this, it was an essential thing. Like, hey, you're saving money by subscribing to Game Pass. And now with Game Pass Ultimate in its current form, are you saving money? You'll probably save money if you're not buying games day and date, if you're okay with not owning them. I mean, there's a whole other argument, like good luck not owning your games. Well, guess what? I'm sure most everybody in this chat maybe replays their games about 10% of the time. So I'm sure people could have been just fine playing a game once, loving the heck out of it, talking about it till they're blue in the face, and maybe never playing it again, But it just upsets me that Xbox has... Microsoft tells them that they have to do this. Satya and Amy Hood are probably not happy with the amount of profit that the Xbox division makes. I know they make a ton of money for them, ton of revenue. Absolutely, we've seen that in the reports. Are they making enough profit? Probably not for the things that Satya wishes he could be doing outside of their little pet project, which is gaming. It's not a secret that the Xbox division has just been a burden to the overall Microsoft platform that charges you for Windows and 365 and wants to do AI. So as an Xbox gaming fan, it's frustrating that they treat the console as a third-class citizens, and they treat their customers as you'll get this, and hopefully you'll like it because that's all we're gonna do. And I've watched. I'll close out with this. I've been covering Xbox for almost 10 years on YouTube and socials, where Xbox was absolutely in the mud and the dirt. The Xbox One with the Bundle Connect. And I've watched frustrated fans say, where do we go? One of you guys in your chat said, the downfall of Xbox's 360 needs to be studied. Like, doesn't need to be studied. It's very obvious what they've done wrong for a decade. They can't get games out the door. They've continued to segment their market to where people don't want to buy their console. They've given people fewer reasons to adopt the console, and they've continued to jack up prices because they can't make a profit on their own device. So, it's just frustrating as a person who's covered Xbox to watch them do things when I'm like, just let some random fan run your division. They'll do it way better than you will. I really feel like, let Tim Dog run it. Let's just give it to Tim Dog at this point. What could go wrong?
That's a terrible idea. Don't do that.
That's my joke of the day. But like, how many times have we watched people talk? Like, we hear nonsense, but you hear so many just regular run-of-the-mill fans like us say, why doesn't Xbox just do this? Or why don't they just do that? And it seems like a no-brainer. And Xbox is not doing any of that. That's how I feel. Vote for Tim Dog. President of Xbox.
President of Xbox. So, yeah, I wasn't shocked there was a price increase. Like I mentioned to Paris earlier. I thought it was going to be anywhere between $2 and $5. Because we knew it was... It's just this day and age of everything constantly goes up. I think I just saw Disney Plus is raising their prices. Everything is like every single year is just constantly up, right? And so it's like, yeah, it's a sub-service. It's going to go up. I didn't expect it to go up this much. And I very much like Paris, I think this is the wrong move for them PR-wise, and also just in the long term. I think this, because the one, like, say what you will, you'll have people saying, hey, Xbox games are mid, they suck, the console's not selling. The one bright spot that Xbox had throughout all of this was Xbox Game Pass. There was a service not like it. You can say PlayStation Plus is similar, but not really, because of the day one games that Xbox was offering. That was the one bright spot that everybody could point to that had Paris and Destin Legary always tweeting like, hey, what about this? Like, did you know you can get all these games for $15.99 on Twitter? Getting all that Twitter engagement, that beautiful check from Elon, right? That everybody always like loves to do. That was the one kind of really thing that when people talk about Xbox, they mention Game Pass. How it was like, oh, there's so many games here and it's so cheap, and you can discover
it was
a whole
so
bunch
good.
Of new,
the media didn't believe it.
Like whether or not like
that's why
you believe like the games were bangers, or they weren't the AAA over the shoulder games that like PlayStation made, or like the Mario games that like Nintendo made. Like Xbox was trying to come at it from like a different angle, like a disruptor. And sure, you would have people say, no, Game Pass slop, but that never really translated. It was just like, especially this year, with games like Expedition 33 and Silksong and all of Microsoft's own first-party games, it never, that whole Game Pass slop thing, I thought was always just a derogatory term for people that use Game Pass, but that was the one kind of bright spot that you could always point to. And I feel like now with this, like, you've turned people away from Xbox with all the layoffs, and then shutting down a great studio like Tango after they delivered Hi-Fi Rush, and then shutting down Arcane Austin after their legacy with the games they've made. And people kind of look at that and they're like, oh man, this sucks. Like, great studios are getting shut down and there's layoffs all over the industry. And then like you look at the console and the price constantly keeps on going up, and you're just like, what's really going on here? And he's like, well, at least I got Game Pass and there's more games than ever. And then you look at it and it's just like, the price just jumps unexpectedly, where if it was $22 or $23 or like $25, people would be like, that's still within the range. It's good. The increase isn't that much. I'll be able to kind of, I could talk myself into be like, oh, I get that much usage out of it. But to immediately jump to 30, because then I'm thinking, oh boy, a year from now, are we going up to 35? Are we going up to 40? Because these things never stay static. Like, right now, I think I have Netflix for $25. But that's about the limit of where I'm like willing to go to subscribe to Netflix throughout the entire year. But they're not going to stay at that price point because they're like trying to get NFL games for Christmas and the WWE stuff and whatever the media rights deal. So at some point, if you look at like the price increase, Netflix is on like a linear line up where it's like at some point there's going to be Netflix 4K streams are going to be $27 and then $29. So it's not even really the $30, which is, you look at it, you're like, holy shit. I'm also thinking about 2026. Is that going to be 35? Because I don't think anybody here is going to make the argument like Game Pass Ultimate's going to stay at $30 flat for a long time. It's going to be like every other service where it continually goes up, and it's like you're going to be looking at it like, is this really worth it anymore? So for the first time, I looked at Game Pass, and I'm like, does this do it for me anymore? Like I looked at it from my own consumer thing, my own subjective experience, which everybody's different. Not everybody uses it that much. So for $360 a year, if you feel you're not getting that money, then you're not going to use it anymore. Somebody that uses it and actually plays, 20 games a year or something, and they're like, hey, like this, I would have spent $600, but I only spent $300. It's worth it for me. So when I'm talking about it right now, I'm looking at it from my perspective where I'm not sure I use it that much to justify that cost, or at least not enough where I'm just going to set it and forget it. Like I said earlier in the podcast, where like I set it and I forget it. YouTube Premium, it's there, and it's like it doesn't even matter what YouTube Premium goes up to. I'm never going to subject myself to ads again. Well, I mean, I guess maybe if YouTube Premium went up really high, I would be like, okay, well maybe the ads are worth it. But I'm at that point now.
Can I interject really quick?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Do you know there's a premium light now?
Yeah, I did see there's a premium light. Yep.
I subscribe to that. Yeah. So basically, it'll remove all ads except for movie vid. You won't get the YouTube music, and you'll still get ads for music videos and shorts. So I'm gonna try it because it's like $7.99 instead of $13.99. So
have you been using YouTube without premium this whole time?
No, I have premium.
Okay.
That's my point.
Oh, okay.
But I can save money, I guess, because I don't use YouTube Music. I have Spotify. So I'm gonna try this premium light. And if I don't really do shorts or music videos. So I think I'll be good. So I think I'll spend $7.99 for premium.
Could you imagine using YouTube with getting ads? Oh my God.
So by the way, I was at Danny's house yesterday, and he was like, "Oh, let me play this YouTube video," and ads started playing, and I almost went into convulsions. I was like, "Oh, what are you doing? Why are ads playing?" Yeah, it's a terrible experience.
Yeah, like
YouTube Premium.
YouTube Premium set and forget, man. I use YouTube a lot, so not having ads is absolutely wonderful. But when I look at this $30, I'm looking at it like, okay, well, $360. I'm like, am I winning? Because a lot of people look at it like I'm winning something over Microsoft, where I'm paying $15 a month, and then like, look at all these games I'm playing. If I would have spent all this stuff, it would have been $800. And you're like, oh man, I'm getting one over on Microsoft. And now it seems to at least a lot of people that Microsoft's like, we're getting our money. You're not getting everything over on us anymore. So, I don't think I've seen sentiment around Xbox be this bad. Even around when studio closures happened and the layoffs or the price increases, because I do feel like Game Pass was the one really bright spot Xbox had, and with the price increase, they've really tarnished it on the Ultimate side, because the Essential and Premium tiers remain unchanged, and they're actually the value in those have gone up. Those are actually really,
they went up. They did.
I believe Jez canceled his Ultimate thing and downgraded the Premium. He's like, this is just better for me, you know?
Yeah, and it kind of goes after the console guys. And I meant to say this earlier when I was talking about how I've been covering YouTube. And, my social media and my comment section is really, really tame. I don't know how to explain this so you guys get the impact of it, but the replies I'm seeing are not attacking or insulting. It is really an overall air of fans going, I'm just tired, boss. Like, I've been here, I've been a fan for a long time, and I've kind of just reached the end of my rope with Xbox. I'm kind of at my last forgiveness factor with all they've done over the years. I've been with Xbox for 15 years, and this is just the last straw. I just can't do it anymore, bro. And it's not like angry all caps and calling people names, or there's not a whole bunch of people insulting like the leadership. It's just people just saying, I'm a mature adult, and this is just it's too much. And I was in a time when I had, Paris and I went to New York and played Fallout 76, and we were excited. Paris did an incredible interview that he got to share on his channel. And I had like the whole preview and all my footage and their B-roll and everything. I was so excited. And instead, we had to deal with this major backlash of Xbox just kicking everybody in the teeth with more price hikes and more changes that you didn't ask for. And people have just been really super leveled and logical about, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm stuck by Xbox. This generation, we're 5 years in. For like 3 years of the generation, Xbox had their finger up their nose. They couldn't deliver games in 2022. 2023, they barely got Forza Motorsport and Starfield out. And then 2024 and 25 have been awesome. But, it's like, how long do I have to wait for Xbox to finally arrive as a fan, right?
Well, it feels like if some
heart goes
people
out
like feels like they finally arrived, and then they're it's like, oh, now they're really charging an arm and a leg. But so I've always
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, because I did want to comment on that. See, I think that's part of the frustration that a lot of people have. It was always just wait until next year. Just wait until next year, right? That was always the mantra. We're here. It's next year. We're getting the games. I mean, 2025 has been a banner year for Xbox from a gaming standpoint. You look ahead to 2026, it should be another banner year for games. So you finally get to that point. All these services that you curated, all this goodwill that you tried to build up with your community, and then you drop the bomb of pricing on us, which again goes back to what I was saying. You do this on October 1st, right before you got all these big games coming out. You're essentially saying, no, that service that you really like, that, you have people like myself, obviously, championing. No, now it's not as good as it was. And we've seen the backlash from that. I remember someone who is, one of the, what's the word I'm looking for here? One of the PlayStation centric type people who's always been very anti-Xbox. I remember them saying years ago, watch, when Xbox finally has a bunch of games that you want to play, they're going to raise the price. That is always stuck in the back of my head. And as much as I hate to say this person was right, they're right.
Yeah, they
they're
say
right.
Broken clock's right twice a day.
Yeah. But that's the bummer of it. Look, I'm a big boy, so people that want to pull up things I've said in the past or whatever, feel free. Because like I said at the top, it was the best value in gaming until it wasn't. And one other thing I want to say, I've seen people, because I even responded to one person, like trying to basically shame people for not wanting to spend $10 more a month. It's only $10 more a month. It's like, number one, you don't know someone's finances. You don't know what they're going through in real life. Maybe Game Pass Ultimate $20 was a red line for them. Like, I can't go over this because of X, Y, and Z. So it's like, again, just because you can afford it, not everyone can. And even the people that can afford it, maybe they don't no longer see the value in it at that price point.
Or they're not the only ones in their house. Like, I have 3 kids that, it adds up. And it
really does.
Well, not everybody is the same, and not everybody feels the same way about how they spend their money. Like, someone said something about a haircut in the chat. Like, the money you spend on certain things like fuel prices, are different than something that you're spending on for gas or games than what you spend to gas up your vehicle. So like everything is subjective to each person. And there are people in the community who are like, wah, it's only 33 cents a day. Somebody in our community was like, who cares? If you can't afford it, you shouldn't be in gaming, which you shouldn't make blanket statements like that. Just say, if it's too expensive
I don't like that comment either, Colt. I don't like that comment either because my thing is, this should not be this elitist hobby. This should not be this unaffordable hobby. It should be at a price point that, again, you want everyone to play, right? That's the whole point of putting your games everywhere, doing all this stuff, right? And I don't like that now hardware costs as much as it does. Software costs as much. And you go back to 2020. Think about how much game prices have gone up twice in the past 5 years. Hardware has gone up multiple times. Instead of going down, it's going up. I made the comment weeks ago, this has been the worst generation of gaming in history. And some people got mad at me for saying that. And it's not about the games. It's about you being able to access these games. They're making it unaffordable. Look, I don't like giving away my money. Okay, that's just me. I want stuff to be as cheap as it possibly can. So you will never see me ever be excited about a price increase on anything ever, So when I see prices going up, yeah, of course I'm going to say something because I don't think it's good. Take Xbox out of it. No, yeah, screw it. Look, rich people don't. How do you think people are rich? It's because they're good with their money. This is the whole point I'm trying to make.
Rich people aren't going to go, good, I'll pay more money. It's an elitist, it's like, no.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I don't like seeing those comments because, and again, it's social media. I don't think these people are actually being serious anyways. I think.
What about the comments that Xbox made to the regulators 2 years ago where they said, Game Pass prices will not increase as a result of the merger and certainly will not increase to a point that offsets the substantial benefits of Activision titles coming to Game Pass on a day-to-day basis. This is especially so given Game Pass will continue to be constrained by buy-to-play. That's what they said.
Here's how I'll answer that. Here's how I
know exactly how they would answer it. This increase isn't because of Activision. It's because of market conditions. It's because we're adding Fortnite. It's because we're adding Ubisoft Plus.
Why'd they pull Call of Duty off of the tier? Go ahead. I want to hear.
Well, they didn't pull it off of the tier because it wasn't.
Call of Duty is still their day and date. Yeah. No. All I was going to say was, to your point. I mean, we can obviously speculate to the live long day. I know how it looks, but I would love to hear someone in leadership actually answer that question.
So we need another business update podcast, Paris, with Sarah and Matt and Phil sitting around the chair again this time.
I don't think we will ever see another business update podcast again.
Do you think Phil and Sarah should have been the one on camera delivering this news about the increase instead of some random Xbox employee? Or is it just kind of
Yeah, I want to hear this answer.
No, in the sense that they've never done that before. I just think there should have been more context to the reasons as the price increase. Because again, if you take it at face value, they're basically saying we've increased the price, but we've added more value to the service. That's what they're telling you. But then I guess a question could be asked, PC Game Pass went up and you didn't change anything. Why is that? So.
Well, that's what I said in my tweet. I was like, look, when I look at it now and it's like you added Ubisoft Classics, which I don't care about, and you added Fortnite, which I don't play, and you upgraded the cloud, which I don't care about. So before it was like, here's the ultimate tier, it's $15, EA plays a part of it, I get all the day one stuff, so I'm like, all right, I'm sign up. It's great. It's an amazing service. And now I feel like I will be paying for somebody else's enjoyment for things that do play Fortnite or want to enjoy cloud. And I'm like, well, I don't want those things. And we're at this, if it was $15, sure, I'd be like, all day, let me set it and forget it. But we're at that 30 and now I'm like, it feels like I'm paying for some casual Fortnite person, like they're experimenting trying to drag Fortnite players into Game Pass when I don't use it and never will. Like, I understand somebody coming up to me, because I've already had this happen, and be like, Rand, this is actually better for me. I'm actually saving money. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you're saving money? Well, I subscribed to Fortnite Crew and I subscribed to Ultimate. And Fortnite Crew is $12 and Ultimate's I'm actually saving $2 now. So this is better for me. And I'm like, well, hey, that's great for you, because I was telling Colt earlier, value is in the eye of the beholder. What you may value is not something I might value. Like, I have no value attached whatsoever to Fortnite Crew, but I don't play it. Somebody else out there be playing it might attach some value to it and might think it's worth it. Now, I only speak for myself because, I mean, I don't want to speak for anybody else. And I've always said, if you find problems with this and you don't like it, vote with your wallet. So if you feel like this is way too expensive and isn't worth it anymore, then, unsubscribe. But I also feel that a lot of the conversation is situated around, and I don't know if you guys agree with this, about the idea of Game Pass being like, it's only ever really talked about as a yearly thing. And what I mean by that is, like, when people talk about it and it's like, oh, it's $360 a year, it's not. Or
when they're making their arguments.
It's not, it's too expensive. And I agree, like, for a lot of people it's going to be, and it's like, do I get that much out of it? But there are times, see, now it's like, I wonder, because I've done this with PlayStation Plus, where I would only subscribe in a month where there's something I want, and only if I was actually saving money. Like, for instance, when Stray came out and when Sea of Swords came out on PlayStation Plus, they were both day one. They were both $30. But if I subscribed to PlayStation Plus, I could subscribe for $15. And I didn't care about owning those games. I only cared about playing those games. So I was like, I'm saving $15 by subscribing. And as soon as I subscribed, boom, I unsubscribed. But I got to play Stray and Sea of Swords for less than what I would have bought it. And I sort of wonder if that's how people are going to have to look at Game Pass moving forward if they want to use it. Instead of setting it and forgetting it and being like, oh, I didn't use it in September, but I'll use it in October. Maybe I'll use it in January. It's fine as long as I play some stuff. But now it's at the point where it's like, oh, well,
I'll tell you what's going to happen.
2 games. So like this month, for example, you have Ninja Gaiden 4. Say you're interested in Ninja Gaiden 4 and Outer Worlds 2. They're both $70. It's $140. So you could subscribe this month for $30, beat both of those games, and then unsubscribe. And it would have cost you.
That's just too much.
I know. It's too much work, and I understand people
even
feel
though it really
that way.
isn't anything other than the move of your wrist to sign up and unsubscribe immediately so that you don't get or turn off reoccurring billing.
It's the only reason I bring it up is because I've done it on PlayStation, where I've literally subscribed for 2 games,
which is good,
in 2 separate months, and then immediately canceled. So I wonder, it's like, instead of subscribing for the whole year, if you just subscribe, because I know people who do this with Netflix or Apple TV. They'll subscribe for a month and watch the shows they want to watch and then unsubscribe. So they're not saying subscribe for the whole year. They're just doing it bi-monthly. But I know that's not the normal habits people have. People just subscribe and they want to forget it. And when people normally subscribe, they don't unsubscribe. So I understand that, and I understand why people focus on the yearly cost of something. They don't want to have to deal with all that stuff.
And Xbox, they do it right, where every 2 weeks they announce a new suite of games for Game Pass, so they keep you on your toes. Oh, what's new to Game Pass? And for those of us watching the news, like, every 2 weeks when they're like, here's what's new to Game Pass, or here's what's coming, having that subscription available to you at all times is good. Like, oh my gosh, they're adding Neon Dust or whatever the game's going to be. I've always wanted to play that, or I was thinking about buying it. But now, yeah, you really do have to. There's nothing that says you should keep it in perpetuity, like all year long.
But that's how people talk about it. That they talk about it in perpetuity.
That's how subscriptions work. Like,
sure, yeah.
Your Costco subscription, your gym membership, your Hulu, your Netflix, your Spotify. It debits out of your account, and that's just how you use your subscriptions. So you're basically asking fans to treat Game Pass unlike any other subscription and just treat it like something you're going to turn on and off like a faucet every month. It's a way better use of your money to do it that way, but it's a total shift in how we consume a subscription service. But this is the reality now.
I wanted to bring up something before I'll keep trying to remember before I forget. So there is another angle to look at this, right? Like I said before, clearly they didn't wake up on September 30th and Phil Spencer called a meeting, with the executive team, and they go, you know what, we got a great idea. Let's just do it tomorrow. That didn't happen. They have data. They know who's subscribing to what and for how long. And maybe people aren't subscribing to Game Pass Ultimate and they are subscribing to the other two tiers. And maybe that's where the majority of people are. And I'm trying to play devil's advocate here in the sense of, all right, we didn't change the prices of the other two tiers. We actually added more value to those tiers. So there's more incentive for people to want to stay on those tiers. And the ultimate one, which we're not seeing a lot of traction on at $19.99, those people are the hardcore people that we think will pay more because they are getting value out of these games. And we know what our roadmap looks like for the next few years. And we think we can deliver consistently on that. They're not going to go anywhere because they're not going to do what Rand just said, where they're jumping in and out, jumping in and out, jumping in and out. They're going to stay. So maybe, and again, I'm trying to play devil's advocate because I don't agree with none of this. I just want to be clear, but maybe they're seeing data that supports this decision for them, because I don't think they're going to reverse this at all. I think this is here to stay.
There's a lot of people hoping that like Monday they'll wake up and be like, hey, we listened to your feedback. There would be a lot of conspiracy theories, Paris, if they announced all this stuff and they hit 30 and they said, hey, what if the plan was, which obviously is ridiculous, but then we let it go for a week and then we make it seem like we listen to people and we actually price it at the number we want at 25, and people are like, oh, you actually did listen to us and it's cheaper. All right, Microsoft, let me resubscribe.
Too risky.
There
Too
is
risky
conspiracy theorists that would say that was the case if it happened. I don't think it will, because Microsoft cut a huge check to Epic for Fortnite Crew, and they cut a check to check to Ubisoft for Ubisoft. So they're not gonna. And look, we've seen they're not eating costs anymore. So they paid that money. And you said something interesting about data. Like, they have the data, they have the user habits of how people use it. And I wonder, since a lot of this seems around Call of Duty, about Call of Duty not being on the $15 tier and only being on the $30 one, last year was the first time they included a day one Call of Duty game. And a year later, now the Ultimate tier is $10 more expensive. So I wonder if
they only did that once?
So
they've only done day one Call of Duty once?
Yeah, last year, Black Ops 6.
Oh, actually, no. Actually, this would the third one, because it closed in 2023 in October. So I do think Modern Warfare 3 was the first one in by like 2 weeks.
It was,
but but it wasn't at launch. I guess that's the point. Yes, they did add it in.
Yeah, it wasn't at launch. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm wondering. So they did it last year.
Okay,
it was $20, and now a year later, it's $30 if you want it. I wonder if they had data that showed, hey, people who played this on average through Game Pass only played it 2 months. So you look at it, it's $20. We only got 40, but if we go up to 10, so it's almost like if they say subscribe for 2 months, then they paid for the full price of the game at 60. I wonder if they look at it like that data of like how long people played Call of Duty for and how much they spent. And then even with Fortnite, I'll ask you guys the question, because that seems like a big thing, a big stickler for some people, because some people I've seen who said this is great for them because they do subscribe to it. Do they have data that shows that the people on Ultimate actually also play Fortnite, so it helps them be more sticky because they feel like they're getting more value? Or are they trying to target younger casual gamers who only play Fortnite, and so when they find out about the Fortnite Crew being part of Game Pass, it'll incentivize them to jump into that tier? What do you think about that? Which one? I guess, like, which one do you think is more true? Like, do they have? Because I would imagine they know what you're subscribed to and how much you play Fortnite. Like, they looking at it like, hey, you know what? 40% of our Ultimate users play Fortnite, so let's make a deal with Fortnite that'll appeal to half of our user base. And if we can give them something. Well, I'm just throwing it out there. Or is it like, hey, Black Hole Gaming, the free-to-play stuff is so prevalent and so taking over that we need to move some of those younger gamers and get them kind of into Game Pass, or at least get them knowledgeable about it. So let's offer this Fortnite perk that might perk up the ears of some casual gamers to check out Game Pass. I think if you're like kind of casual gamer in that sense, you're probably not wanting to spend $30 a month on something if you're only interested in Fortnite anyways. So I sort of want to...
Fortnite's free to play.
Yes, and I know people buy V-Bucks and battle passes, so I'm sort of wondering which one is it a combination of both? Are they trying to...
So,
what do you think?
I think there's a even bigger picture here, and this feeds into the next generation for Xbox. Remember, both Xbox and now even Epic have alluded to this is just the start of a long-term partnership, right?
Yeah.
Again, this is me in complete conspiracy theory mode here. We're all looking at that next generation Xbox, and we keep Steam. What if this is about a partnership between Xbox and the Epic Store and providing more value to games if you purchase them through the Epic Store? What if Game Pass is now integrated into the Epic Store? Things like that. You know what I'm saying? If you get the road that I'm trying to go down towards, whereas maybe this is just a start of a long-term partnership with them. And I think everything that you're saying is probably valid in the sense of they're seeing the data. They know how many people are engaging with Fortnite, who of those people have Game Pass and is utilizing it, and it probably makes sense to include that feature into your premium or your ultimate tier for it, because now there's going to be people that will take advantage of that. But I do think there's more to this story than just that with this partnership with Epic. I do think there's probably something that's going to be tied into their next gen strategy, and because you also have to think of this too. Just like Xbox has been "quote unquote" the third place, between PlayStation and Nintendo, Steam has been eating Epic's lunch for years, despite everything that Epic has tried. They're giving away games like all of this. They still cannot get market penetration in comparison to Steam. And I know I'm guilty of it, because if I'm going to buy a PC game, I'm getting it on Steam. I'm not getting it on Epic. The only time I use Epic is I'll grab a freebie, right? And that's it. So maybe this is them trying to incentivize even more to push people towards the Epic Store. If what Xbox is doing is becoming more PC centric than they are console centric, I could see that being a thing. Like, sure, the Steam Store will be there if you want to use it, but now we're going to put the Epic Store front and center along with our own digital store moving forward into the next gen. I hope all that makes sense. I literally just thought of this off the top of my head.
Yeah, no.
No, it does.
I mean, I could see it. Although, I sort of wonder if the next gen console is only, like, say it doesn't have Steam on it and only has Epic on it. I think a lot of people would be disappointed.
Oh, no, they would. And that's what I mean. There's no way that Steam is not there.
Yeah.
But they've made it clear the next Xbox will be an open platform. And, I guess what I'm saying is people have said for years, man, what if Game Pass was on Steam? Yeah. Well, now what if PC Game Pass is the Epic Store? I
think, didn't it come out in the FTC stuff? Didn't they try to get Game Pass on PlayStation, but PlayStation declined? I'm sure they've tried to get it on Nintendo and PlayStation and Steam, and I think Valve and Gabe even said, like, we have no problem putting a subscription service or whatever on there, because I think EA plays on there, but it maybe the money split's not good enough or something. Mm-hmm. Because during the infamous business update, didn't like Matt Booty say like Game Pass will be exclusive to Xbox, implying that it would never come to other consoles, at least right now. I mean, who knows? A lot of stuff Xbox says can kind of gets turned around on its ears sometimes. So it's like, I think maybe they tried and like nobody else wants, because clearly I think PlayStation wants to sell games day one full price, and they've even though they're embracing like the PC strategy and even maybe a little multi-platform strategy, they've remained staunch on their subscription service, not including their day one games on there, and they hardly put day one games in there in general. Like, that has been a through line the entire time with them, where they've softened their approach on PC and even softened some of their approach on putting games on other consoles. But with that sub thing, it was like, no, we are not doing this. So I wonder if they offered, it was just like, we don't want it on here because we want people to pay $70 for the stuff, and if you have it here, that just encourages people to not do that. Now, the other part of this, the increase, the Fortnite stuff and the Ubisoft Plus stuff is one thing, but it's this 75 games thing here, because when I tweeted about this, I did have a couple of replies talking about, like, that's massive value, 75 games. And on the surface, it does sound like that. I mean, they even mentioned it's a 50% increase, which means that this year or last year they had 50 games day one. So a 50% increase would be 25. So it's out of the 50. So 75 games, which is a lot, because that averages out to, 12 months in a year, six games a month, 72. So that averages out to be about 6 day one games a month, which, yeah, it's a lot more. And the thing I said was, it's an unknowable number. It's just a number. It doesn't mean anything. It does. Hey, 75 is a big number. It's a lot. And most people play nowhere near close to 75 games a year. But it's like,
Right.
What are those games? Are they going to be quality? What is going to be like? Are they AAA? Are they all like double A? Because let me tell you, you go onto the Xbox store, you'll see some really, really bad indie games on there, right? And granted, they haven't put a lot of those on Game Pass, but you never know. So if they're saying, hey, we're increasing our, like, I'll look at it from like the business side that Microsoft's saying, like, we're increasing our day one output by 50%, and we're adding this Fortnite, and we're adding Ubisoft Plus. We think the 50% jump is justifiable in that manner, right? Because look at all this extra things we're doing. And I would say, well, I don't care about cloud. I don't care about Ubisoft Plus. I don't care about Fortnite. And I don't know what those 75 games are. Like, I don't know if they could have came out and somehow said, hey, as part of the 75 games and Xbox Day 1 games, you're going to get, let's just say as an example, you're going to get Witcher 4 Day 1. You're going to get, insert random...
Grand Theft Auto
like,
6.
Yeah, like where they start mentioning some of the bigger games coming out and being like, these are the games that you're going to get. Maybe if they did that, people would have been, oh, okay, well, yeah, I could see... If you're charging me more because I'm going to get more games and I'm going to get bigger games, then people might have been more okay with the price increase. But because it's just 75 games, and it could be anything from, Shower with Your Dad to, Witcher 4 or something, you don't know in between which ones it could be. So right now it doesn't really have any value. Which is why I mentioned, like, at that point, it's kind of a wait-and-see approach of, like, what games are there each month. Being like, oh, what are the 6 games this month? What are the 6 games next month? Oh, I'm actually interested in that. I might subscribe or I might not. But at $30, you're pushing the limit of a lot of people, what people can afford, because Game Pass, like, all this stuff doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's competing with every other subservice out there. People are paying more for groceries. And every time you go to the store, everything's more expensive. And it's not like everybody's checks suddenly increased to match all this stuff. So it's like, you're looking at it like, oh God, I got Netflix, I got Apple TV. This cost me this much money here. Spotify's this much. It's like, you start thinking to yourself, I just can't afford it, or I'm just not using it that much. And then, like, what I really think this is because clearly Microsoft has priced it to the point well, they're not expecting any growth here for Game Pass on console anymore, right? Especially on the Ultimate tier. I think this is basically just them trying to extract as much money as they can from their hardcore console users. As the ones that they feel are probably stuck in the ecosystem and really enjoy Game Pass, and like they're like, hey... Because me and Colt we did some easy math. I was like, well, if they had 30 million people and each were playing $20 a month for Game Pass, that's $600 million. Let's say they lost 10 million people. Even if they lost 10 million and it was 20 million people paying $30 a month, it's still 600 million. So it's like, they're probably looking at
They
it
can't
like
lose.
we're going to lose some people, but the people that stay, the people that we have in our clutches, the people that really enjoy the service, they're going to stay and we're going to make more money. This is like we are maximizing our revenue, because I sort of feel like that's what it's been about with Xbox ever since ABK closed, is the increasing of margins on them. So you have these things that they're doing that make it seem like they are just a greedy company. Hey, we got all these profits in the world, but we're going to slash all these jobs. We're going to close all these studios. We're going to raise the prices of everything, raise the price of this. And you just look at it, and if you didn't maybe know like what's going on behind the scenes, you'd look at it like, holy shit, Microsoft and Xbox are just a greedy company. And then and then someone who actually finds value in the service is like, well, they're not greedy because they're offering me Fortnite, and they're still offering me day one games, and they're offering me Ubisoft Plus, and they're offering more day one games than ever. So then you have that conversation between somebody who actually thinks it's worth it and thinks that people are just complaining to complain, and then someone who legitimately feels that, well, I don't care about any of that stuff, and I'm not sure I can afford it anymore on a year-to-year basis. And then you get these conversations that explode because of the subjective experience that each person has. And it's not, because I've had a couple DMs where people like were yelling at me. He's like, how could you say it? I'm like, dude, it's just my opinion. I literally said for me in the thing. Like, if you find value in it, great. Awesome. I'm not you, though. You know, my finances aren't your finances. So what they sort of did was, I'm a cheapskate like Paris, and I will be someone who, if it got to the price, I'll do it month by month. Maybe I'll just be like, oh, this game's out. Okay, I'll subscribe for a month and play it, and then I'll unsubscribe. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm not going to keep it going and at that price point and just being like, I'm just ceding my money to Microsoft without anything in return. That's not going to happen for me. But Paris, I don't know. Have you seen sentiment around Xbox be this low, like ever really? I feel like this is, and it's odd because I remember talking to Cognito, but like, is this the lowest point? Like when we were talking about with the Tango GameWorks closures or whatever, and it's like, it might be, the 2013 stuff being a low point. And hell, you had companies dragging Xbox all day. Like GameFly came out of nowhere and was and I think is still dragging them. GameStop dragging them constantly, saying like, we're going to be still selling this stuff for $19.99, which is they probably have a whole bunch of those cards. So if you want to lock in your prices, I saw on Amazon, the 3-month $60 card is number one. So people are stocking up on these things because I think I still have Game Pass for a year because I had I stacked them or whatever. So like I'm still good for a year. And when it gets to a year, this time next year, I'll make it like, am I going to continue? Because I think I can probably find them for cheaper. I certainly don't want to subscribe to Game Pass Ultimate at that price point, because that's just too much. But if I could retain it at the current price point, I would think about it, but I don't have to worry about that for a year. I just know that a year from now, that shit could be $35. Because I don't think it's going to be static.
Yeah, I don't think anyone should have that assumption at this point. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to take off after this. But to answer your question, I think sentiment is so low, and this very well may be the lowest it's ever been, because I even feel like at the Xbox One era, the launch of the Xbox One, I don't think it was this bad, because I think people saw them immediately course correct. Again, like I alluded to before, Matrick was out, Phil came in, they decoupled Connect, lowered the price, etc., and off they went. I think this is a culmination over what we've seen over the past, I guess at this point, about 18 months or so, where, you go with it's just 4 games. You go to this quasi third-party strategy of putting your games everywhere. You then explain it. People, I think people for the most part have accepted it and they've moved on from it, right? But then you start to see price increases happening, both on the hardware side and on the software side. And you'd already said it, Rand. Game Pass was kind of the one thing that, sure, the price raised, but it wasn't anything crazy. And it was like, okay, all this stuff is happening over here, but I still got this over here, right? And then you come to this where it wasn't just a minor increase, it was a major increase. Again, a 50% increase to this. And I think that just kind of people reach their boiling point with this. And clearly, with everything else going on in the world right now, gaming is not the priority for most people these days, right? It is an option. So if you're pricing yourself so high that an option that I don't need, they're not going to do it. And we're already, like, you look at the Matt Piscatellas, if I can say his name correctly, of the world. What have we seen with gaming over the past few years anyways? People aren't necessarily buying the new games. They're going back into their back catalogs and they're playing old stuff, or they're waiting for things to go on sale, etc. So it really comes down to, I don't know if I want to, again, I'm assuming I'm speaking for people right now. I know not everyone, but people are probably asking themselves the question, do I necessarily want to spend this amount of money for a service that, as they've told us for years, you don't have to use? You don't. You're more than happy to just go buy a game, at 70, or wait till it goes on sale, or whatever the case, right? So I just think Game Pass was the one thing, I think it's been around since 2017, that we've all looked at as a very pro-consumer service, like something, wow, this is such a great deal, the best value in gaming, blah, blah, blah. I don't think you can say that today. Some people can justify it, of course. But I think the vast majority of people look at this and go, no. And again, the average consumer, the more casual person, is not going to spend $30 a month on gaming. They're just not. So when you price it at that, like you already said, Rand, you're going to lose the set it and forget it people. You just are. You're going to get people that are going to sit down, look at, what am I getting out of this? Is it worth it to me? Yep. Then they'll spend the money. And for everyone else, they'll go, I'll just wait. That's what's happening, in my opinion. And I know not everyone agrees with me. I know people are mad at me that I'm not just, this is okay. Because no, I don't think it's okay. And I think that's the whole point. Not everyone's going to agree with this. And I think they know. I'm pretty sure they're aware. Not everyone's going to be happy with this. I do wonder if they were caught off guard by how many people are not okay with this, and just the overall sentiment that I've seen.
Because if they had,
I don't know.
If they had come to me
idea.
like days before and said, "Hey, this is what we're doing. What do you think the reaction is going to be?" I'd be like, "You are going to get murdered for this." I don't know if they had on the bingo cards GameFly tweeting about it or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, not only are gamers like talking about like this is the end of the brand and it's over and all this sort of stuff. They had other companies clowning them still. Like I could have told them that. I'm like, this is exactly how this is going to go. It doesn't matter what you add. Like, the majority of people are going to look at that and just see the 50% increase and they'll be like, this is bullshit. So if they thought, well, 75 extra games, day one games plus all this other stuff, we feel like it's justified, the prices, but not right now, not in the current economic climate, not with what people were paying. I feel like if they sat there and they thought that this would, it'd be no different than whatever. I feel like whoever's
there's no way they thought that. There's no freaking way. I don't believe. I think they knew this was going to be seen in a negative light, and I think they've just embraced. I just think it's like, we're going to take our castor oil now, swallow it, get to next year, and prove with our content that this price is justified. Well, that's the only thing that makes sense to me.
What do you think is the difference between Xbox of right now and the Xbox of, I forget what year it was, 2018, where they tried to double the price of Xbox Live Gold and everyone bullied them into decreasing or like walking that back in the same day.
It wasn't that long ago. That was like 2021 that happened.
Was it 2020?
2022, I think.
No,
because I was on X. Because I know specifically because I was on XCast, and when they reversed it, I had to record something for XCast like at 9 o'clock at night.
Was it really like 2022
so we could add
or 2021?
It
for
was like
whatever reason, I was thinking it was
somewhere
like
around
2018. But either way, they tried doing that, and everybody bullied them into reversing it. Like, what's the difference between Microsoft of then versus the Xbox of then versus the Xbox of now? Because I feel like the talk has been way louder and way more angrier now with this than it ever was with the Xbox Live Gold, and with this, you have the guy come out and say, hey, the reasons why, but I don't think they'll walk it back, and I'm certainly thinking you don't think.
I don't think so.
So what do you think is the difference between the Microsoft that walked the one back years ago and why they won't back now? Is it because it's just
I can tell you
corporate?
I can tell you.
Like, it's just.
No, I can tell you in simple terms, and I will use Phil Spencer's own words when he came on to that interview with us. It doesn't matter if Starfield is an 11 out of 10. We lost the most important generation, the digital library generation. And I just think no matter what, they're not catching PlayStation as far as that goes. We've seen that with hardware sales. We're seeing that with software, etc. So now that they've acquired all this content between Bethesda and Activision, and obviously curating their own, internal studios, I think when the layoffs happened, they came out and said that they had over 40 games currently in development, right?
Yep.
I just think they feel like we can throw so much content at you that will justify the price, because look at everything that you're getting. That's what I think. That's what I think the difference is. Whereas back then, because don't forget, they've quietly doubled the price of Xbox Live Gold. Let's not forget.
But the thing is, it's sort of PlayStation though, so they're both like similar.
Right.
And the thing is,
my point on it is, you couldn't get away with that back then.
No, you couldn't.
Now you can. And to further that, at your highest tier, we're charging you this premium price for it because we think we're going to give you premium content. Actions speak way louder than words at this point. So just because I do have to go. So to sum all this up, this sucks. None of us are. Look, the majority of us are not happy with this. I definitely am not. I think they know that. And I think they're just going to power through this, get into 2026, celebration of their 25th year, and try to overwhelm us with great content. That's what I think they're going to try to do. How many people accept that and stay subscribed and do all that remains to be seen. But I think they're aware. I really do. I think they knew this was not going to be received well, and they're just going to power through it.
All right. Well, thank you for joining and giving us your opinions about it, Paris. I appreciate it very much. And hope you have a good rest of the day, buddy.
No, I hope you do too. Always a good time talking to you, Rand. Colt, I feel like I've seen you a million times over the last few weeks.
Colt's like, get out of here. I just saw you playing Fallout.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah. But no, thank you for having me on. Like I said, I know everyone has various opinions about this stuff. So I just wanted to, again, I know I said all this, I'm kind of funny, just be crystal clear on my thoughts on it. And ultimately, I think, Rand, you said it best. People will vote with their wallet on what they want.
Yep.
It's as simple as that, in my opinion. So, but all right, you have a good rest of the show, and I'm sure I'll talk to you again soon.
All right, later, Paris. Yeah, the vote with the wallet, Colt. Like I mentioned, them walking back the Xbox Live Gold thing, and them walking back the Outer Worlds $280 thing, because clearly, they never gave us the reason, but I think it's pretty apparent the reason was pre-orders were low, and they were like, okay, people clearly $80, and maybe Xbox also thought other companies might do $80 games at the same time, and nobody else was. So
fortunately, I don't think the $80 price tag is the reason why pre-orders are low on Outer Worlds 2. But
but it's the only data point they would have, because that was the only game that was. You know what I'm saying? So I sort of wonder if hypothetical situation, more people end up canceling the Game Pass stuff where they look at it and they're like, we're actually down in revenue, would they make a change? Or is it just like, hey, this is all engines go because we got to pay Epic and we got to pay Ubisoft and these consoles in cloud, they don't pay, someone's got to pay for them too. And I sort of wonder if there was enough like outrage where people canceled and they ran the numbers and it was like, actually, we're going to lose money, if they would consider reversing it. Like, I don't think that's the case. Or even the ideas, because I know people had ideas of like, why didn't they just offer a fourth tier, or why didn't they just offer the Ubisoft and Fortnite stuff as like add-ons? And it's like, that sounds good on paper, considering if you're not somebody that likes it, but like, that wasn't going to happen, or at least they weren't going to do it that way,
Right. Yeah, and they needed to raise the price, and so they looked for justification for the price hike. That's why I said, like, them adding in tiers and content and increasing the frequency of day one games is a justification for the price hike. But some of that stuff is not things that we asked for. I'm not paying $30 a month for my kids who really only play Roblox and Fortnite so that they can have the perk. It would be much easier for me if I would not buy them Fortnite Crew every month.
Plus, it'd also be cheaper for you to just buy Fortnite Crew by itself. So
if I was going to, yes, it'd be cheaper.
Yeah.
But I was going to look at take a objective look at what's available right on Game Pass, and like recently added Hogwarts Legacy. Let me just name a couple games that have been out over the past 2 months.
Hogwarts Legacy got added to Xbox Play Anywhere, so it's actually on the Windows Store. I mean, it would have been cool if that was there at launch. I mean, but Hogwarts Legacy is a big game, so.
And it says it's added to Game Pass. It's
yes, it was added to
Game Pass.
it was added to Xbox Game Pass.
So
also.
I'm going to read off just a couple of high clip games that have come out over the past 2 months, and we'll go from there. Hogwarts Legacy.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Hades, the original Hades Game of the Year contender, Silk Song, Dragon Age Veilguard, Call of Duty World War II. Isn't that Vanguard?
No. Well, no, Vanguard's its own game. Call of Duty World War II.
Okay, so Call of Duty World War II, Gears of War Reloaded.
Okay.
There's only a few here. Assassin's Creed Mirage, Grounded 2, Fragpunk, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 Remaster, 3 Remaster, Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 and 4 Remaster, RoboCop, which is about a year plus old.
Yeah.
A couple years old, High on Life went back. And that's about it. And then you've got Outer Worlds 2 coming, Ninja Gaiden 4, and Keeper in the next Call of Duty. So if you're looking at the next couple months of Game Pass, ask yourself, do I want to play those games? Did I ever want to buy those? And then you ask yourself, am I going to save money by spending the $30 for 2 months, $60? And then just jump on some of those games or half of those. That probably makes financial sense. But I'm here to say, you do need to turn off the switch and say, it can't just be Ron Repropeel rotisserie, set it and forget it. You're going to have to look at Game Pass now and say, what games do I want to play? Maybe I should subscribe just this 1 month. Or you know what? I'm not going to. Like, I've talked to some of my friends who are like, I'm not subscribing to Game Pass anymore. I'm just going to buy them outright. And
you could do that, yeah.
I think some of my friends, I won't name their names, but one I've been arguing with quite a bit about the value proposition of Game Pass in 2025 has been insane until they hiked the price. And this person said none of these games have been great, but you had Expedition 33,
that's a
Silk
subjective
Song, Blueprints. Sure.
So,
but I mean, these are games that this person loved. Like Expedition 33 is one of this person's favorite games.
If they loved them, I don't know why you would say that they're not worth it if you loved them.
But some of us may say, F you Game Pass, I'm not paying. And by the end, it's like, are you going to pay more money? But you'll own the game. And I think Xbox says, we don't care. We've set it up for ourselves now, because you talked about the hardcore Game Pass users or the hardcore console users. Maybe there's a certain chunk of them that kind of like bleed Game Pass dry. They won't buy games. They only pay for Game Pass. They rarely buy games outside of Game Pass because they're like, you've heard it many times, right? If it's not on Game Pass, I'm not getting it. Like I was playing a couple of incredible games this past year, and I'll share a thing on Twitter like, oh, here's a game clip. I'm loving this. And they're like, is it on Game Pass? And I'm like, no. They're like, oh, I'll wait till it comes to Game Pass. And maybe Xbox wanted to eke some of those people out.
Do you think that? Do you think the pricing could be? Because I've seen people talk about this, about the idea of the pricing as kind of a way to nudge people back into buying games at full price again. Because you even mentioned the person, whoever you're talking to, or he was like, hey, I'd rather buy those games than $30 a month. Does that being like, well, Expedition is $50, so for the extra $20, maybe I want to own Expedition forever? Because there is this argument I have seen kind of like online, and it's just like, imagine subscribing to Game Pass and then you unsubscribe and you have no games. Like, and
wow.
I'm just like, wait a minute. But does anybody subscribe to Game Pass with the idea that they'll own the games forever?
Everybody knows.
Does anybody
own them?
I know. So I don't understand that argument. It's like, yes, because nobody says that. Oh, you unsubscribe to Netflix? Guess you got nothing to watch anymore. It's like people very well know that those games, those movies and TV shows exist in that format, and then if you don't pay for it, you're not getting it. Or like,
I understand that it's
hey,
a good thing to be able to go back and play.
You subscribe to Spotify, and if you unsubscribe, does anybody come out to you be like, no, you got no fucking music to listen to, nerd? You know what I mean? Like,
we all know that subscriptions mean you don't own the games or the music, right? But the people that make that, imagine not owning your games. Like I said earlier in the show, it's like, imagine me grabbing that guy's gaming profile and seeing the frequency of him returning to a game that he owns, has already played. It's probably a very, very small percentage. And I like being able to load up Just Cause 2 if I wanted to, or whatever.
See, I'm different than you, because
I don't do it very often. You never do it.
I never do, which is why I was perfectly see, for me, it's not even about buying the game. I just want to play the game and experience the game. So like, I'm perfectly fine subscribing to a month to PlayStation Plus to play Sea of Stars, play through that game and enjoy it, and then cancel it. And it doesn't bother me in the least that I don't have Sea of Stars to play, because I enjoyed my time with it. It was great. And guess what? Maybe down the road, if I actually do want to replay that game again, maybe I'll buy it, or maybe it's still on the service and I subscribe again.
By the time you want to buy it, it's going to be
the thing
$20
is,
or $8.
There's so many games to play that not owning something forever isn't a big deal for me. So which is why I talk about the idea of like, well, I look at Game Pass and it's like, Outer Worlds 2, Keeper, and Ninja Gaiden are this month, and total, if I wanted to play them, that's $180, and Game Pass is $30. So I'll subscribe this month and play those games and then unsubscribe. And then someone might say to you, but you don't own those games. They'd be like, yeah, so what? I don't care. I don't care about owning the game.
No, you're going to subscribe the next month
playing
too.
it. Well, it's like, if I like, well, Call of Duty is $70 and I want to play through the campaign, so
yeah, so
I'm going to subscribe and then play, and then I'm done, because who knows what comes out in December. But I know not everybody's like me, and I may be a little different in that regard, because
we're all different.
Ownership isn't like the be all end all like it is. I know it is for other people. So for me, it's just like, I just want to play the game and have fun with it, and I don't really ever go back. I mean, even with Silent Hill right now, you notice I played Silent Hill, and then I did move on to something else, and then, maybe I'll do a second playthrough of Silent Hill. I immediately went to a second playthrough of Silent Hill, and then I'll immediately go to a third playthrough of Silent Hill. So I'll get all that stuff done out of the, I don't want to say done out of the way like it's some chore, but where, other people might go play something else and then come back to it and be like, oh, I'll finally do New Game Plus. Like, I'll do all that stuff right away. Will I ever play Silent Hill F again? Probably not. And it is a game I bought. Like, I wanted to play it, so I bought it. Just like, Ghost of Yotai is a game that I want to play, so I'll probably buy it. Just like Battlefield 6 and Little Nightmares 3 are two games I want to play, so I'll buy those. Like, I'll buy the games that I want to play, and it's not so much that, and this maybe will get me clipped or whatever, and I don't really care, but owning them isn't like the reason I'm buying them. It's because that's the price it is to play them at the time that I want to play them at. Sure, I could wait and
don't you own like 5,000 games on Xbox Series console? On Xbox console?
I do I mean, I have owned a lot and I have played a lot in that, and you know, the time frame of Xbox with, like, you know, the Xbox 360 and the Xbox One and all that stuff. So I do own a lot of stuff. And sure, I could wait until Ghost of Yotai comes, you know, gets a sale price cut, and maybe I will. Like, for instance, I haven't played Metal Gear Delta yet because I was like, I'm going to play Silent Hill first. So I'm going to play Metal Gear at some point, maybe December, and maybe it goes on sale by that point in time, and then I'll buy it for like $50. Now, if it was included in the subservice somewhere where I could maybe play it for less than what I would bought it for, I would take that option, because at that point I'm about saving money rather than I'm about like owning something. And that may be different for a lot of other people, because they may be like, I want to own this and have it, which is great for you, but that's not something I really care about. So it's like, and Little Nightmares 3 is a game I want to play with my buddy Gopher day one in co-op. So I'm willing to pay whatever the price that they're offering it at. And like, yeah, I could wait and play it next year and it'd be cheaper, but I don't know what else would be coming out at that time. So that's why I am thinking month to month, because I don't care about the ownership aspect of games. I just want to play them, where I'm sure other people are just like, I just want to own it for the whole year, and it was worth it at $20, and now it's not. And, you know, Game Pass in my eyes is just all these things that they're doing coupled with all this stuff. It just kind of makes it seem like they've lost the plot. And then you have the report from Tom Warren today, I think, about the Xbox cloud gaming the ad tier. So what is that about? I think I saw it, and it's basically,
it's a free cloud only tier.
But I don't even think it's
ads.
I don't think it's even a tier. It's that it's currently in internal testing, and you get 1 hour sessions with up to 5 hours free a month, is what it says. And that the ad-supported version will include streaming some games you own, eligible free play day titles, which are the games that are free on the weekend. Xbox Retro Classics pre-roll ads are around 2 minutes before a game. So I wonder if that means like you load it up, and before you even can play something, it'll play an ad for 2 minutes, and then you'll play for your hour, and then that's it. And so the only ads you'll see are the ads that start up when you so like, because I've seen people, you know, coupled this with the news of the price hike, they're like, now you're introducing advertisements, right? And before, in some of the subscription services like the Netflix and all that stuff, there was no ads. Now ads are just, Netflix has ads, Prime Video has ads. They all have ads, and it's not even like a free tier. It's a tier basically you still have to pay for, but then still put up with ads, right? Where you would think, oh well, it's a free tier, but you just watch shows with the ads in them. It's like, that's not even the case. So Xbox is doing this with the cloud gaming thing. I mean, what do you think about this, Cole? What do you think about a 1 hour session preempted by a couple minutes of ads, and you could basically only can play for 5 hours a month?
I hate it, and I'll never use it. And
yeah, you hate it and you'll never use it.
I mean, I'll never gatekeep, but I don't know why people would want that. I mean, it's kind of like Xbox saying, hey, a Fire Stick, and you can play. What people are so disjointed from regular conventional gaming that you're going to draw them in with a Fire Stick or an ad-led cloud-only gaming experience. I was so shocked. My supervisor at work was like, how's Borderlands 4? I was like, oh, you know, she goes, don't tell me, I've just got started. I never bought an Xbox Series console, so I'm cloud streaming it on my Xbox One. I'm like, what? That was like the first time I ever heard something like that. Paid $70 for the game and is cloud streaming it through an Xbox One on their TV. And I'm like, oh, I mean, I don't think it seems like most people, Xbox is trying to bring in like the mass audience. Like the mass audience is not looking for some weird kitschy way to play games. They're buying a Switch, they're buying a PlayStation, and they used to buy an Xbox, or they're on PC. So I don't know. It actually comes off as bad optics when Xbox is like, hey, we've got a tier-based cloud-only service for people who want to play games who haven't had access. I'm like, I just don't think that people who are not engaged in gaming are looking for that weird peripheral way of getting into gaming to play any of their first party content. I think if you wanted to play PUBG or Fortnite, you tried it on your phone until somebody's like, just get.
So I was just
get a
sent
console.
this by a Patreon member who linked me to this Bloomberg article that just came out 20 minutes ago. It says Xbox's hike on Game Pass shows cost of lost Call of Duty sales. And I think we were mentioning this about how this really seems Call of Duty focused. So
Yeah, Jez wrote about that in his article today.
I'm reading this article, and here's what it says. The price hike and other changes to Game Pass plans are a sign that Xbox's big streaming push is still not generating the revenue it would like 8 years after launch, according to interviews with 7 current and former Xbox employees. The company is putting some of its top titles in streaming service, but that's cutting into sales of higher margin games like Call of Duty, which came with the acquisition. Xbox gave up more than $300 million in sales of Call of Duty on console and PC last year, according to one of the former employees who asked not to be identified discussing internal estimates. Quote, Game Pass hasn't delivered the explosive growth Microsoft anticipated post-Activision, and they've realized their infrastructure costs don't align with their pricing model, said Joost van Drunen, founder of the video game analytics firm Aldora. A spokesperson for Xbox declined to comment for this story. Current and former employees said that the move was controversial internally. So like other entertainment companies like Netflix, Xbox launched a streaming service as a relatively low cost. It was $10 a month for over 100 games when it debuted in 2017. They were all older titles. A year later, Xbox announced it would offer subscribers new games on day one for no fee. Current and former employees said that the move was controversial internally. Developing new video games can take years and cost $100 million, and the model had long been to sell them for $60 or $70 each, making more still on the upgrades and in-game purchases. The Game Pass streaming model upended that by putting so many titles in an all-you-can-eat subscription. Blah, 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 blah. Putting Call of Duty on Game Pass was a great deal for subscribers, but not great for Xbox sales of the game, according to former employees with knowledge of the business. With the latest iteration of shooting title, Black Ops 6 was the top-selling video game in the U.S. last year and the biggest ever for the franchise. That was largely due to Sony's PlayStation, which accounted to 82% of the sales. Trade publication
So
IGN
is this proof
reported.
that Game Pass cannibalizes sales? Even though,
Well, I mean, it says here that Xbox gave up more than $300 million in sales on Call of Duty on console and PC because people played it through Game Pass.
like I said, they were
instead of
milking
buying
it through Game Pass. The hardcore that buy most of their games were a bunch of a big chunk of them were on Game Pass saying, "Oh, now I get it for free." I mean, they should have known this is like part of the promise that they wanted to build up this suite of first-party studios to fill up Game Pass, and then they're upset because they couldn't get enough subscribers to make up for lost sales. And they said in the ABK trial that they weren't cannibalizing sales. They've said all kinds of things in the ABK trial that have either turned out untrue or that they've lied about.
Yeah. So, I mean, just looking at it, it seems like maybe Call of Duty was the reason, and one of the reasons why it's not going to be coming to the premium tier ever. And they raised the price of the top end tier to $30 to help maybe alleviate some of those costs. But at least that's what this Bloomberg article says here, that Call of Duty had something. So I just read some super chats here, Colt. We got Andre says, Tinfoil Hat Theory, GPU is now a whale trap. Game Pass Ultimate. Microsoft wants you on premium so they can have both your sub money and your a la carte money. It's all a pivot from the play day one pitch without actually doing so. That's an interesting take, and I've seen that take before.
That is.
About how this is trying to get people back into the habit of buying games. So if Ultimate's too expensive for you, you downgrade to premium, but now you no longer get day one games, or you have to wait up to a year for Xbox's first party games to hit, and then you might buy them instead. So they still get your money, but then you actually might buy more. It's an interesting theory. I don't know how that would necessarily work out in practice. I guess we'll find out. We have Guess Who says, how long do you think Microsoft will honor the $20 cards from other retailers for Ultimate? They could at least add a $20 option for day one games. I mean, I think GameStop will sell them at $20 until they run out of cards, right, Colt? Wouldn't that be how it goes? Until those if physical cards?
Yeah. How can they do this? Yeah, I mean, they've already paid for them at that price, and they're going to continue to sell them at that price to draw in customers.
I think you're going to have a run on those cards at GameStop and Amazon, and then eventually they're going to run out because they're going to have to purchase more from Xbox, and then Xbox isn't going to sell them for that price, so then it'll eventually go up to 30 or whatever it is. So if you want to, now would be a good time to load up on it, and so you don't have to worry about it if you like the current price or the price it's currently at, the $20 or whatever. Andy Hart asked you, Colt, are you looking forward to NASCAR 25?
The game?
I guess so, yeah.
No.
I don't know.
No, I don't know anything.
I don't know you've ever played
a
NASCAR game before.
No, maybe. No, I have done some NASCAR stuff in Forza Motorsport 7, but no, I don't know anything about NASCAR.
Right.
I don't follow it.
Adam says, I have Game Pass GPA for 3 years. I plan to bunker down and see how GPA changes in that time. I feel like GPA will change when and if the hybrid console comes out. Okay. Big Afroman says, what do you guys think about Tim Dog's tweet? He seems to know something big is coming. Maybe also Xbox division getting sold or more layoffs. What do you think? Well, I'm sure layoffs are you can always bank on layoffs at this point in time. So that's probably will happen. But I don't know. I didn't see Tim Dog's tweets. I talked to him the other day.
I did. I talked to him yesterday for an hour.
Yeah, I don't know.
But his Twitter is deactivated right
Twitter
now.
Twitter is deactivated.
Yes, you can't read whatever this supposed tweet is.
EA just sold privately to like the Saudis and the Silver Lake thing and took on $20 billion of debt. And, that's a topic for the show. And I don't even think, I don't necessarily think that's a good thing. And you probably agree with me because I've seen a lot of analysts come out and be like, this isn't going to be good. It's going to lead to more layoffs. It's going to lead to them focusing on, maybe more sports games and more gun games. Because I think I see like one of the ex-BioWare guys being like, it's not going to be good for them. And then I did see an Insider Gaming report that said that EA had tried to sell BioWare before. But clearly nobody.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like nobody bought it. Because I'm just like, and I think even Mark Dara, I think the one who said all this was like he could see them selling like BioWare's IPs to somebody. Because I did see Gaz tweet, please CD Projekt Red buy Mass Effect or something. Because they're $20 billion in debt, so you might see them sell assets to kind of, get that debt down. And is BioWare a company that they have in their plans moving forward? And if not, then maybe you get rid of them. And I don't know, but at first I was like, oh, because I didn't really know much of the details. And I was like, oh, well, if they go private, they don't got really the shareholder. Maybe it'll be better. And then you learn more about it and be like, oh, actually, this could be really bad. But I think it's like I said at the time, I don't really care about EA's games. So the only thing like single player wise that I'm looking forward to from them is the next Star Wars game, which seems like it's going to be the last. I don't care. I don't play the football game. I don't care. I don't play Madden. I don't play Apex Legends anymore. And I am interested in playing Battlefield 6, sure. And that definitely seems like something that they're going to continue to do. But BioWare is like falling down the drain, in my opinion. One of my favorite studios is basically kind of...
BioWare would be a hard piece of business to sell.
I don't
the
think
Mass
it would
Effect brand is it's rough right now.
But dude, could you imagine if like Mass Effect was done by like CD Projekt Red though? Like we're doing people would lose their shit if that happened though.
Yeah, get ready to wait, 12 years for that for Mass Effect 5.
But I'm just saying people would be super excited based on it. The thing is, I don't think people are excited about anything BioWare does because they don't have any faith in BioWare the company anymore.
Yeah, just bring the founders back and ask them to make it.
The founders ain't coming back. You know that.
I know.
So people might look at it and be like, hey, CD Projekt Red, yeah. Like, let give them Mass Effect, have them do it. Would Xbox ever get sold? I mean, I guess never say never. I mean, nobody ever thought Xbox would buy Activision for $70 billion, so I guess it's one of those things.
Well,
that,
let's ask this question: how much would the Xbox division be worth? It's got, near $80 billion tied in it with Bethesda, Activision, Blizzard, and King, and then the Xbox division on its own, which includes all of the accessories, hardware, and 20 studios. Do the math. It's like probably a $200 billion
I don't know.
purchase.
I mean, are we? I definitely seem unless Microsoft was willing to lose money on a purchase and being like, we just want to get, unless it was to the point where Satya is like, we're going to sell it, and then whatever we get from it, I'm investing in AI. Where you look at how much they paid for Activision and Bethesda, and we don't know how much like Xbox would be on their own, but I mean, EA was $55 million by themselves, and Xbox had way higher revenues than EA did. So it's like, well, that's easily over 100 million. And it's like, well, who out there would even be in the market for that? Like Apple, but why would Apple want them? Or maybe like Tencent or the Saudi firm.
Yeah, probably
it's like,
Tencent.
I don't know. I mean, that's a lot of money to invest. And then what do? I don't know. I mean, never say never about anything, because we've seen a lot of things happen in gaming that we thought we'd never see. So at this point in time, with what Xbox is going on, like, sure, like, watch them get sold next week or something, and be like, of course,
Yeah, I just don't even know what that would mean.
Yeah, I don't know what it would mean either.
Like, I don't even really understand what EA being sold to the Saudi firm means for the future of EA's franchise, which most of their franchises are pretty lucrative.
Yeah,
I think
they did say that they're going to be using AI more, so they can make projects cheaper, so they can increase EA's profit margins and profit line. So,
oh boy.
But I mean, I think that's going to be a thing for a lot of places. Did you see the thing with the actress, Tilly, that they've been like,
yeah,
and all the stuff,
AI actress they're all investing in.
Yeah. You didn't see this tweet. This tweet's kind of disgusting. Well, it is kind of disgusting. I didn't send it to you, but I sent it to one of my buddy.
Send it to me right now, so I'll look at it.
Well, I'll read it. I want you to tell me what your first thought. So this person tweeted, Tilly Norwood doesn't need a hairstylist, has no regrettable tweets, and if you wish to see a virgin on screen, this is one of your better chances. That's because she's
that is
AI.
Pretty gross.
I saw this and I'm like,
First of all, the very first line is we're eliminating jobs.
Yes.
That there's so many jobs that aren't you don't need a publicist, you don't need a hair person, you don't need an agent, you don't need there's no clothing brand deals with this. There's no endorsements. Well, I guess there could be endorsements, but yeah. And then they just take it and make it gross.
No, it's like, again, if you want to see your
gooners.
chance of seeing a virgin on screen, I was like, excuse me? Like, I was like, what the
Yeah. I'm already on screen, so whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, those kids, you just went to the store, dropped them off at your doorstep, or,
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know. Like,
that's what I was told.
I saw that. I was like, is this really what Hollywood's going to be, where it's just going to be AI people?
I don't think so, but I mean, their AI will be used in some form of entertainment, and it won't be used for mainstream. Like, we're not going to go to the movies and have
I mean, people think that
main characters be AI.
People think that they're going to be making whole movies that are 2 hours long
in a long time. But don't discount society or a large chunk of people falling. How do I say this properly? Becoming enamored with this Tilly character because she's very likable and she feels kind of realistic, and you're like, she's actually pretty funny, and she does the scenes really well, and this is kind of an interesting thing. You know how people are. They're weird, but I don't know. The future is super weird.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, I hadn't even seen her act, so I don't even know if it's a good actress. It's like, at least when you talk about...
Well, the AI stuff is pretty convincing. Like,
at a glance, sure, but when someone's
glance,
like, hey...
I mean, it's a little too clean and
when
too
Jennifer
perfect,
Lawrence was up and coming, it was like, oh, Jennifer Lawrence is going to be a great actress. You could at least watch her performances and be like, hey, actually, Right, or like, hey, Denzel Washington's amazing, and you can watch. I haven't seen anything this Tilly Norwood's in to get a sense of like, oh, she's the next big thing that all these talent agencies are trying to scramble. I'm like,
Is that what they said, that people are trying to scramble?
Yeah, like they're scrambling to sign her to like, you know, talent agencies and all that stuff, and I'm like, okay, you know, I don't know. I have this like weird idea that like the future, social media is just going to be AIs talking to AIs, and like real people won't even be on it. You know,
Yeah, maybe.
like everything's just going to be fake, which I guess goes to like the dead internet theory, but yeah. Tim Shrimp says, do you think you'll be ever able to play your Xbox games on your PC natively?
Yes.
I mean, I think that might. I mean, that AMD chip that they announced a couple months ago that talked about the back-compat stuff. I could see PCs that have that chip being able to do the back-compat
Yeah,
stuff.
I think there's going to be something in that chip that allows it to natively play your actual console games, and the, you know, IP owners can't say that that is not allowed to be on there because it'll be considered an Xbox. Something I think Xbox should have really pushed for right now, especially with the Xbox ROG Ally handheld. They should have built that chip and built into the hardware where the documentation says it is considered an Xbox console. And then, because, you know, they tell everybody that the cloud is considered an Xbox Series because it's the Xbox Series chipset, and so all your games play on there through cloud, or most of them. And I think Xbox should have been really pushing hard to like make a loophole. Like, who are you to say this is isn't an Xbox? We built stuff in this hardware that makes it literally an Xbox Series device. So all those 6,000 games must play on it because they have the same architecture. They actually play on here, and you can't say that they don't belong there because our customers bought the game and they're able to play it on a Series console. Like when you play the Ezio collection, you're able to play it because your Xbox Series S or your Xbox Series S says in the software, hardware, and legalese that it is an Xbox console, which has back compat, even though it's an Xbox One title. And I don't know why they didn't leverage that for the new handheld, but they will next generation. That's the idea. Steam games, Epic, GOG, Ubisoft Connect, and your Xbox console games all on one device because the hardware, software, and legalese says they can do it. That is what excites me in an era right now when I feel like Xbox is really cutting the feet from underneath their legs and making it frustrating for fans to get excited about the future. But the future is changing. I feel it in the air. Mm. I feel it in the water.
Hey, that's Lord of the Rings.
The future is changing. Yes, where your entitlement and ownership of games has expanded to a flexibility like never before. Where, you know, PlayStation will have an amazing PS6, but Xbox will say, all your games are coming forward and you get access to millions of games across PC. That's something to be excited about, and that will push the industry and even PlayStation to be a little more flexible and malleable with and give more access to their fans. So,
because they're
I'm excited
now
about
live
that.
who remember it.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Honestly, AI says is confirmed. If you have Xbox chip in the device, it can also run Windows. You can play Xbox games. I mean, as far as what Lisa Su and Sarah Bond have said in that July communication, yeah, that they plan to bring you a PC storefronts and all your games. So yeah, absolutely. The first party console. The question will be, will there be an OEM console from another brand that also has this chip in it? That's where I could get really super excited. Like, you don't want to buy the Xbox console, buy the next PC that has the Xbox chip built in as well, and get access to everybody's games, even PlayStation games.
Hey,
so
you know who's back in the news talking about the Xbox price increases? Good old Lena Khan. You remember her? The former FTC chief?
Yeah, I probably owe her an apology, huh?
She says Microsoft's acquisition of Activision has been followed by a significant price hike and layoffs, harming both gamers and developers. As we've seen across sectors, increasing market consolidation and increasing prices often go hand in hand. As dominant firms become too big to care, they can make things worse for their customers without having to worry about consequences. I guess maybe
Dang.
the only thing is I don't know if she's referring as dominant firms, meaning Microsoft, but I don't know if you would refer to Xbox as being dominant in that in that field. It's certainly not dominant in its own field, right? Like it's a
they're
player.
not dominant in Game Pass. They're not.
But it's not
hardware.
It's not like dominant in the console thing. It's definitely a big time player. Now Microsoft is, a big company, but I don't think anybody would say that like Xbox is dominant in it. But yeah, I mean,
but she's right about the other stuff. Like they have harmed the market with laid off 15,000 developers. I don't know how many Xbox. Maybe it was like 8,000 developers or people in the gaming division, and that they've increased the console prices twice. They tried to increase the price of games. They've increased Xbox Game Pass twice in 14 months. Yeah, I mean, it's and I was frustrated with Lena Khan in 2023, like, because the original idea was Lena Khan, what are you talking about? Their games are literally available to most everybody in the world across PC, cloud on multiple devices, and Xbox consoles. Like, they are expanding their access to people who are playing games that they now have ownership over, but now they refuse to sell the consoles. So, and they've hiked prices. So the frustration's ridiculous. And I'm still an Xbox fan. I love the games. Like, this Xbox right now has provided more games to me in this past 3 years than they have in a decade. And I'm really happy with most of their studios doing really cool things. And I'm excited about what they're saying for next generation. But I can still be extremely frustrated with their lack of a finger on the pulse of what the general gaming population actually wants them to do. And it seems like it's just an easy trajectory. Just do these things, keep good market goodwill, and keep being pro-consumer while you make your big revenue, and we'll be fine. And nothing's ever good enough for Satya and Amy Hood.
No, only thing that Satya likes is AI. So.
He can't sleep at night. That was a quote today, and it was in Jez's article. Go read Jez's article, guys. It came out about 2 to 3 hours ago about Game Pass, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and two of the major reasons. I won't spoil his article. Two major reasons why we're seeing the price hike. And one of the quotes in there was Satya said, "I couldn't sleep at night knowing we might miss the boat with AI." And I just roll my eyes like, oh my gosh, what are we chasing? Like, are we chasing the right thing?
We got Chris who says, so are monthly active users not an important metric to Xbox anymore? They can't possibly think this is going to increase users in the ecosystem. Well, I mean, the thing is that a lot of their games are going to be day one multi-platform or close to it, so they're talking about the monthly active users of everybody playing all their stuff. And a lot of their monthly active users are also like Candy Crush, which has a lot. They do have that stuff. So it's not so much monthly active users. They'll look at Game Pass and I think it's the Ultimate Tier is clearly at that point where they don't expect growth on it. So they're just trying to just extract as much money as they can. And they probably think the growth will come from other places. Growth will come from Switch 2. Growth will come from PS5. Growth will come from the cloud gaming thing maybe in the future, or the ad-supported tiers, or what have you, mobile and stuff. They probably don't feel that there's any growth to be had in consoles, and they've talked about that in the past, of how like the console market hasn't grown. And they're at the point now where somebody could say, well, their next console is probably going to sell less than the Series X and S, and it's probably will.
Yeah,
it'll be more expensive, and it probably sells less. But that may be okay with them, because that might be what they're targeting. If they're making like an $800 device and they're okay selling 20 million of them to their hardcore Xbox fans who are okay paying $30 a month or $35 a month or whatever the price would be by the time next gen rolls around at those prices for Game Pass, they may perfectly be fine, and then look into the other platforms and other other areas to for their monthly active users and for their the growth in other areas. So at least that's the way I kind of look at it, but I might be wrong.
Yeah.
Painful Discourse says it's not Xbox, it's Microsoft wanting more margins for AI. They want more. Yeah, they want more margins on the Xbox division, so that could be one of the things. They want more money. Mr. EF says they aren't even giving DLC at these crazy prices. I did see that today. So apparently, the discount
the
you would
10%
get
discount gone
for buying like Call of Duty DLC and extra money and all that stuff, like they're getting rid of that, and instead you'll get the Microsoft rewards stuff, which is, I'm not sure that's a better trade-off, but yeah, I did notice that. It really seems like not only are they being greedy in the sense of raising the prices and everything, but then they're penny pinching, being like, oh no, the 10% discount on DLC, like, It's like, really, it's 10%. And I guess you could make the argument, Rand, it's 10%. What are you crying about? Like, it's on a $20 thing, it's what? $2? Are you complaining about that? I'm like, I'm not even sure I really ever took, I don't think I've ever actually taken advantage of that. But it just seems like, well, if you're charging that much money, shouldn't you keep it? I mean, it seems like they're penny pinching, and they would rather have people, I think you get like 10% off like Call of Duty money or whatever. I could be wrong, and somebody could correct me, but like, were they losing money on offering it as a discount, and they feel like, well, people would buy this anyways, so we'll get all this extra money and we'll offer rewards where you get the rewards, and then the rewards are that you have to spend the money in the ecosystem. Because all this was also predicated, Colt, on them changing Microsoft Rewards and how it worked, where people had they do the rewards program, it would auto redeem and give them Game Pass. But they changed it where it no longer would auto redeem for Game Pass. You would have to get a gift card to Xbox to then pay for Game Pass, right?
Which is fine, because I was auto redeeming to a gift card, but they increased the threshold to get Game Pass like two times or something. Like, you had to get 2 times as many reward points to get Game Pass or something. Hold on, I got the number for you, because this guy, my friend Game Seeker, he helped me put together a Microsoft Rewards video last year that did really well, but he said that it takes 19,000 Microsoft Rewards to get $30, which will get you Game Pass Ultimate. Before, it took 12,000 points. So yeah, it almost doubled from 12,000 to almost 20,000 points. So that's on top, and I covered that in my video the other day because I happen to have that info when I needed it, that they made Microsoft Rewards more difficult to get Game Pass, and then they jacked it up and made it almost twice as twice as many points. And you can only get about 250 points a day or whatever it is, or 500 points a day. So it'll take you like 2 months to earn 1 month of Game Pass Ultimate. That's kind of sucky. You could keep it. You used to be able to keep. I know nobody cares about Game Pass or about Microsoft Rewards, and I might be talking to somebody that nobody cares about. But in the past, for many, many years, you could earn enough Microsoft Rewards a few minutes every single day to just keep Game Pass renewed every single month. You didn't have to do anything. And now that's not the case. So don't let people tell you, who cares if they did a price hike? We have Microsoft Rewards. Like, well, they screwed that up too.
That's true.
Thank you, Easy Cure. I appreciate it. I might make another video on it with the changes, but it's not very fun to say, hey, here's how you can do it. But it's really, they kind of screwed you over on how advantageous it used to be.
Adam says, I just wish that you can pick and choose what you want in Game Pass Ultimate. Just have check marks for what you want. Check EA, uncheck Cloud, uncheck Fortnite, etc. Yeah, I mean, that would be awesome. I mean, then people could just choose what they wanted and pay whatever price that they wanted to. Like, yeah, I'd uncheck EA, I'd uncheck Ubisoft Plus, I'd uncheck Fortnite, I'd uncheck Cloud Gaming. Like, what am I?
Yeah, it'd be a $4 tier. It'd be amazing.
Yeah, but they're not going to do that. I mean, it would be awesome if they did, but it's not realistic to think that they actually would do that. I want them to, because I'm really only using it for certain games, and there's 75 day one games coming next year, but we have to see what those games are. And I'm not interested in every single game that comes out. There may be months where the games that are added are like, I don't care about any of this stuff.
Sure.
Mo Cahill says, screw Microsoft, man. Rather give Xbox 2 my money. Well, I appreciate you. It'd be great if everybody would rather, instead of giving Microsoft money, give Rand and Jez money, because we're not going to, this podcast is going to remain free. We're not jumping 50% increase on a free, this isn't going to cost money to watch, so it will remain free.
$5 billion a year would be kind of nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, right? Yeah. BT Maverick says, so what's the next price hike going to be for Game Pass Ultimate? $5 or $10? We're looking at $35 to $40, which looks like they're trying to kill their remaining subscribers. Well, yeah, that's what I sort of talked about when Paris was here, was I mentioned everybody knows these subscription services cost the prices constantly go up every year. And so it's not even just that, it's $30 now, because then you're thinking in a year from now, is it going to be 32? Is it going to be where does it end? Is Game Pass Ultimate ever going to be like basically 4 years from now, is it going to be like $50, where it's like almost the cost of a mid-tier game? So I don't know. I would be dumb to think that next year they wouldn't increase it any. But then maybe they increase it $1 or $2, and maybe they just like, oh, it's $32 or something. But yeah, I don't think it's going to sit at that price forever. I'm sort of waiting to see what Netflix's next price on their 4K tiers at, because it's $25 now. And I think I remember when I talked to you when this happened, Colt, I said to you, bro, even Netflix doesn't have a tier over 25, and they're like one of the best and most successful subscription services, entertainment ones out there, and they haven't even gone to 20. They haven't even gone above 25 yet. And Xbox was like, nope, we're going to 30. And I sort of wonder, like, what's the reaction going to be if Netflix decides, yeah, we're $30 for 4K? At that point, I'm also going to have to rethink, because right now I have Netflix, and it's kind of a set and forget it because I do watch a lot of Netflix. But if it goes up significantly more, like to 30, I'm like, well, wait a minute, I don't know anymore.
Yeah, but what are you going to watch? Like, what's your replacement for that?
That would be the thing, is that I would just wait for a bunch of stuff to be out and subscribe for a month and then watch it and then unsubscribe. I'm not about just giving out my money for free to somebody.
But you watch TV every day, right?
No, not every day. Absolutely not.
I mean, I rarely watch TV anymore. But that's the thing, like with gaming. When somebody asked me, I was on a podcast yesterday and they said, are you going to unsubscribe to Game Pass? I'm like, oh my gosh, it's such a difficult question because I have a certain amount of months left over. I'm definitely not going to throw that into the garbage to make a point, but
well, I don't think you can. I think if you have already prepaid, I'm not even sure if you canceled, it won't even do anything. It'll just turn off auto renew. Like,
yeah, I mean, it will still be there, and they're not giving you money back. They don't prorate you or anything. So, yeah, the issue is if you're here watching the show, like you live and breathe gaming like we do, and so like, are you going to give up the access to a bunch of games? Or you just have to look and say, how many games in Game Pass do I play? I have a buddy who plays as many games as possible, goes into the leaving soon and makes sure that that person is playing them. And I'm like, okay, I enjoy it if you enjoy it, but that's what they do. So they get tons of value out of Game Pass. But I've played a ton just because Xbox has had really great entries this year. Oblivion, Expedition, Doom, you name it.
Yep.
And there was a small argument that was going on that you were telling me about, where people were like, you Xbox content creators and journalists get the Xbox games for free that are in day and day in Game Pass. Like, so you have no right to tell us what we should or shouldn't do with Game Pass. And I was thinking about that before we started the show. And there's games that you and I have got for free because we review them, but we don't just get them for free. I mean, I have to defend that when we get the game, like there's an amount of work that we're doing. When people buy games for $70, they sit and they play them. If you're a content creator, you get the game early. You can't talk about it with other friends. You play the game, and then I spend 8 hours building a video review for it and getting it up on YouTube and managing the YouTube thing. So, but the first party Xbox stuff is the very least that goes into Game Pass. Like there's 550 games in there right now. So, am I going to cancel Game Pass because of the $30 price hike? I mean, my first instinct is I hate the price hike, but I have to think about, is it worth it to me to cancel the $30?
Well, you also pay for your kids'
and just
Game
buy the
Pass,
games
though,
outright.
So
yeah, and I've got my kids on.
I guess you could
there's
put them
3 of them,
premium,
and 2 can.
right? So
Yeah, so I only have to pay for 2 because one of them can share, and the other one is by themselves, and I share my game library with Gaz. So I only need to pay for 2.
He's
but
on
I've got,
PC. What does he need your game library for?
Well, I guess I need to find a new game share partner, right?
Yeah, I mean, Gaz ain't gonna use it. He's on his as Jez says, he's playing Roblox on his $5,000 PC.
Well, I mean, I can't share with Zocker. He doesn't play any Xbox games at all. He only plays League of Legends.
I guess you got to
and
find
World of
somebody
Warcraft.
else who would take full advantage of your.
I own over 1,000 games. I'll be putting out my my
put out
application.
Put out an application and being like, hey, I'm charging $20 a month, less than Microsoft is charging Game Pass Ultimate, and you'll be getting all these games, because I have them.
Yeah, it'll just be a application, become my next best friend. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I have to think about that. What I need to do is when my Game Pass runs out, which I don't even know because when I go to the site, all it does is give me a link to cancel it. So I didn't know where to look to find out where it expires. I think it's on your console. But anyway, that's when I need to start looking at what's coming out in the next couple months. Like, should I cancel, or is it $30, or the next $90 going to cover me for 3 months? That's what I'm going to do. But I'm still pissed about the hike. It just makes me so angry that Xbox continues to drive up their prices. And this isn't what they promised us a long time ago, or what they continue to promise us for a long time. That the best value in gaming, and discover your next favorite game. It was like, it used to be like a $10 ordeal. So
Yeah.
it's a complicated question.
Let's see. We got else. We got
Well, real quick, let me ask you: are you going to cancel your Game Pass subscription and do a month-by-month evaluation, or are you going to keep doing the way you're going because you're like, it sucks, but
I have Game Pass for the next year because I had prepaid like 3 years.
Okay, so
like 2 years ago. So
I'm just giving you the what if that I was asking myself, right?
Well, so a year from now, I'll probably not renew it, and I will take it month by month.
Okay, there you go.
And if
I might do the same.
If there's something that comes out that is on the service that I want to play, and it would, it's $70 and the cost of $30 to play it, yeah, I'll sub for that month, play it, and then as soon as I'm done, I'll unsub. Yeah, absolutely. I'll just take it month by month. Instead of just having it and then hoping I get my value out of it by the end of the year. So
okay,
that's me.
Good point.
Let's see. We have Amish AI says at least now premium subs are not $1 store customers. I mean, they got rid of those a while back, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Baldy McNosehair says PS5 is the cheapest place to play Xbox games. Plus, they get PlayStation first party games. Also, PlayStation Plus is cheaper than Game Pass. Wild. Yeah, PlayStation Plus is cheaper.
True.
Well, PlayStation Plus is cheaper, but then again, it doesn't offer like day one games. I think there's a disparity between that. I also do think PlayStation Plus prices will go up as well at some point. They're not going to remain static either. Xbox Series is still cheaper than the PS5, so I still think Xbox Series S is still the cheapest place to play Xbox games. I mean, I don't know. Can you build a PC that would play Xbox games cheaper than a PS5? Probably not. So
cheaper than a PS5 Pro, yes, and it'll.
Well,
be
I mean,
better
he's
than
just
PS5
saying
Pro.
PS5 is the cheapest play to play Xbox games, but that's not true because, as far as I'm aware, like nothing's still cheaper than the Series S, right?
Correct.
So,
yeah. And you'll probably find a better value proposition from time to time on Xbox anyway. So.
Andy Hart says if Xbox did game trials on Ultimate, let's say 1 to 2 hours like PlayStation, it would be more palatable. I mean, once again, value's in the eye of the beholder. I don't find any value in game trials, but if you do, then that's great.
Yeah.
Years of
I
Lurking
rarely play demos.
says they raise price to kill Game Pass like Games with Gold before. You remember Games with Gold and how stinky it was?
Stinky.
It was.
It was so bad. It was really good. It was really good for a while, and then I think when we got midway through the Xbox One generation, it was an absolute just joke. Every time they made an announcement, it just brought on so much hate. I was at a point where I'm like, Xbox, stop announcing the Games of Gold titles. Stop putting out a video. All you're doing is just bringing hate to your platform. Go get some better games. Yeah, he's right. They killed it so that they made it worse so they could kill it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because Jeff Keighley just posted an email he got from Xbox, and I got the same email earlier today, but I didn't read it.
My wife got it, and I did not.
I got it. It said, thank you for being a subscriber of Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. We are planning to update our prices to address changing market conditions. This price change allows us to continue to bring you more value and great games for the very best gaming experience starting November 4th, so a month from now. 2025.
Mm-hmm.
The 1 month subscription price will be $29.99 plus applicable tax every recurrence period, unless you cancel up to 2 days prior to your next scheduled payment. So, is this not going into effect? So this isn't going into effect for this month. It's going to affect like right before Call of Duty like kind of launches.
It's the grandfather effect. If you're currently subscribed, you don't get access to the new Fortnite crew yet.
Yeah, because the Fortnite crew stuff
you will not be charged
till November.
Yeah, so you're not getting charged the higher price hike until November 1st starts. But right now, if you're a brand new Game Pass subscriber on October 1st, that $30 is waiting for you to pay.
So if somebody were to subscribe to Game Pass today, is it $29.99 or is it $19.99?
Yep, it's $30 today.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically you're grandfathered. I mean, it's as a joke you're grandfathered in, but if you've already paid for your $20 a month, so they can't charge you more. That starts next month. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, is, of course, they couldn't do it any other way. They'd be so evil.
Champagne Supernova says, we can go lower. I'm here till the wheels fall off. Noob Sabat says, AI is already there, Rand. Look up Sword 2 presentation, indistinguishable from real footage and animation. I've seen some of it, but everything I've seen from that's like 15, 20-second clips. Show me an AI 2-hour-long movie. I don't think it's there yet. And a lot of that stuff is a lot of the stuff is garbage. I'm sorry. I don't know people's fascination with the AI stuff. A lot of it is just absolute garbage trash.
I see a lot of the like street interviews or
they're
the comedians
awful.
that are
awful.
Yeah, the sound is weird. It's like it was recorded on a tiny little mic.
It only exists.
It's just lifeless.
It only exists for people to see it on Twitter in short form, or if they're scrolling shorts or Instagram. And then it only exists to get people angry in one way or another. Whether it's like those street interviews where it's like dudes interviewing girls, and the girls are. I've seen these ones where it was like they interview the guy, and he's like, I just paid for dinner, and he's like, how much do you have in your checking account, bro? And he's like, $14. And then he asked the girl, and she's like, hee, how much? Oh, I have $100,000 in my checking account. And then the guy looks at the girl, he's like, what do you mean? And you're making me pay for anything? And she's just like, and he's like, how do you? And it's like this. I've seen that one because I'll browse shorts like before I go to bed. I'll seen that pop up like 10 different times with 10 different variations, and I'm like,
yeah,
it's like, is this supposed to be trying to get people angry with like women? Because it's clearly all staged, and then just for the shits and giggles, I look at comments and they'll be like, "This is awful."
Some people think it's real.
Like, what is going on here?
I mean, the consumer grade AI stuff doesn't allow you to make anything longer than like 15,
yeah, so that's what I'm
30
saying.
seconds or whatever.
Let me know when you can make movies, because I think I saw iJustine. She made one where it was like her avatar or whatever, and I'm like, this is still awful too. Like, I see that stuff, and there's yet to be anything that I watch that it's like, wow, this is amazing. Sure, it's like it's come a long way, but it's not anything I would ever like really ever want to watch. It literally is only good for 15-second clips that people can basically farm engagement on a platform. Because otherwise,
it's perfect for TikTok and Instagram. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, maybe I'll eat my own words here, and in 5 years, whatever. But I don't know if it'll work.
It'll be better.
I don't know if it'll work in a 2-hour format. I don't know if it'll work where somebody builds an AI video and then actually puts it in the theater and is charging people $20 to go see it, which is why I think it also works now because it's free. Like, it's on all these platforms, and you just scroll through it, and whether you see an ad or whatever. But I think maybe it changes as soon as somebody's like, hey, come see my $30 AI video. You know, because it's like, well, you didn't do anything. You just put in prompts. Well, no, I'm an artist, man. I shaped those prompts. They're like, okay, I guess we'll see.
And I really try not to use, I don't use AI characters in my thumbnails anymore. I use AI for generative, I expand like the background and stuff like that. But even like I had one thumbnail where I used an AI, that's like Mid-Journey generated next generation Xbox like 2 years ago, and I just hate it. I found it was better to find stuff that I could actually manipulate manually and create something. Like if people take they're like, make Phil Spencer laughing while he's burning, like Gaz from Septic Sauce has a video out that I haven't watched because it went up when your show went live, and he has Sarah Bond and Phil Spencer laughing while they're burning Game Pass. It's all built in AI, and I noticed that people are repulsed by that kind of thing. Like they see an AI generated person in a thumbnail and they're like, I'm not watching that.
I see the AI generated thumbnails now. I'm just like, I don't want to watch this.
Yeah.
And before
but I definitely want to watch
it's funny
Gaz's
because
video.
like everybody uses it on Twitter now, when before it was just, you'd be like, okay, but everybody uses it now for whatever. And it's just like, this is, you know, this is awful. It's, I don't know. Pat says, Satya is cool with the administration, and these things were announced right after the shutdown. These changes seem rushed. Is this a distraction? I don't think they're rushed, because clearly this has been planned. They had all the marketing materials. They had videos.
Oh, yeah.
I can't imagine, like Paris was saying, they woke up on the 30th and was like, we need to put together all this stuff for tomorrow. So this has clearly been in the works for a bit. I don't know what it could be a distraction from. I think this is like where they want it to be, mainly because I think they look at it and it's like, hey, if this Bloomberg article's right and they lost $300 million on Call of Duty, I mean, that's not great. Granted, I don't know how much Game Pass gained. Did the Game Pass increase whatever they got from new subscribers and stuff? Did that offset the $300 million they might have lost from Call of Duty? And that's a question we won't have answered. But if that's something that happens, you can definitely see why they don't want Call of Duty in the middle tier, and why it's day one, but also it's $30 a month instead of $20. So they're trying to protect themselves from losing too much revenue. And like I said, they probably have data of how many people on Game Pass played it and how long they played it for. And maybe they thought like the average was like 2 months, and they're like, oh, if we charge $30, then that's basically almost the price of the game. But then also, they were planning on selling these games for $80 this year with Outer Worlds 2 and presumably Call of Duty, and now they can't. So does that factor into how much they're charging for this? It would have been if they didn't go back on that $80 price of the games, Colt. I wonder what they would have done, because it seemed like Battlefield was going to stick at 70. Could you imagine if Battlefield was launching at 70 and then Call of Duty was going to launch at 80 if they'd kept their
then I
pricing?
think you would have seen something where Battlefield made more money than Call of Duty, maybe. I don't know. Actually, no. I mean, $80 Call of Duty it still would have done really, really well. Plus an extra $10 every single unit. Yeah, probably would have. They would have been printing money.
Maybe.
People just buy that game no matter what.
Gaming,
I mean, Vanguard was a horrible, horrible campaign, and nobody really liked the game, and it was one of their highest selling ones at the time when it came out. So,
Gaming
go
for
figure.
Days. Gaming for Days says, what if Xbox makes online gaming free on Xbox to turn around all this bad news? Would that all of a sudden make Xbox consoles a must-buy?
No.
It would definitely be positive news, a step in the right direction. The problem is, I sort of feel like the online multiplayer paywall discussion hasn't been a factor for years now. Mostly because all the biggest games don't need it. You don't need multiplayer to play Fortnite or Warzone or Rocket League or Apex Legends. All the biggest, like, sure, you do need it for Battlefield and you do need it for like the yearly COD, but for a lot of the biggest games, you no longer need it. And it seems to be if I were to predict moving forward, and if there ever was a chance Xbox would get rid of the online paywall, it would be when next generation starts. If their like PC console hybrid has access to the other stores and you can play those games from those other stores without having to pay for multiplayer, I could see something like, if you're on this device, you don't have to pay for multiplayer. You know what I mean? Like I could see something like that, but that's also 2 years from now. So it's probably not, you're not going to announce that right now, but it's definitely something to think about. At least I'll have my eyes on it to see what their plans are with those things. Cause it's going to be very odd and very tough to explain if you buy that $800, $700, $1,000 Xbox hybrid console, and you know, the Xbox version, you have to have Game Pass to play it online, and then if you bought it on Steam, you don't. And I know there are instances right now where that exists of, hey, if you buy the Xbox game, you have to pay for the Game Pass Access multiplayer, but if you played it on the Windows Store, you don't have to. But they're not on the same device, and I think that would be a very, very odd and weird thing to. I don't know. I could see Microsoft going either way on that, being like trying to just to get away with it, to explain it away and make some excuse for why they didn't drop it. But then also, I could easily see them being like, these people don't need this, so they're all on Game Pass Ultimate anyways, and we have them hooked in, so we can drop the online multiplayer thing.
That's what I'm thinking. It's so funny that they just jack up Game Pass twice in 14 months, and then somewhere down the road they're gonna have to eat that Essentials tier. You know, what they'll do is they'll make Xbox Series S, X, and Xbox One users continue to pay for Essentials, and then that new device will be like, oh, you joined us in next generation on the console, will sell like 15 million units. Free internet, free online. Something they should have done anyway. And I said way back in 2018 that Xbox had the opportunity to just make up lost ground and just say, look, Fortnite was super popular in 2018. It was just starting to kick off and explode off the scene. And, they finally made the change where you didn't need to pay for Xbox Live Gold for free-to-play games. They should have just said, look, we want people to buy because people are buying consoles just to play Fortnite and a couple other games, right? Like, that was a reality back in the day. And it's like, if you wanted to sell a One S and a One X back in 2018, say our console doesn't require an online service fee, it's going to save you $60 a year. Xbox could have seen an uptick in console sales, but, like I said, they don't listen to fan ideas. They have their own ideas.
Yeah.
That's a bridge long traveled, and it's over, but
you realize
next generation, I think
we've been doing this show almost for 4 hours already? It's like, I didn't even
I know. I've been holding holding it for a long time.
Well, hey, if you got to go to the bathroom, go to the bathroom, because I was going to do some Patreon questions.
Okay, yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah. So if you enjoyed the show, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. If you aren't subscribed already, check out the sponsor of the video, Surfshark. 86% off. Link is in the description. And thank you to our Patreon members, patreon.com/XB2, where you can drop a question, and then I'm going to go through them right now. See what the Xbox 2 universe has to say about some stuff. So we have Laserwolf, who says, I like to play my single-player games on my Xbox, but multiplayer games on my PC. I can't justify the cost of Ultimate anymore, so I switched to just PC Game Pass, meaning I'll now play more single-player games on PC. Do you think incentivizing PC Game Pass might be part of the strategy to get everyone ready for the death of the console? I think one of the reasons why the PC stuff is cheaper than the console stuff is because there is growth there. Because I think the $30 signals that they feel like Ultimate's, there's no room to grow there, but there's still room to grow on PC. And like judging from that article, it definitely seems like Call of Duty might be a reason for this if they lost a lot of money on Xbox console and PC because of Game Pass, so they raised the prices, so they try not to lose as much anymore. And like I said, I think the path from Xbox to PC is Microsoft is making it easy for people. It really all depends on whatever their plans are. How long are the Series X and S going to be made for, and whatever they're doing for the next gen console thing, and how much that's going to cost, and all those sort of things. Like, I think you could say, yeah, that would be the case if it was dying at the death of the console if they didn't plan on doing anymore. But a lot of people just seem like convinced that Microsoft is just going to be whatever it is, it'll be super expensive. So maybe it only really exists for like the super hardcore, and everybody else is just going to be like, I'm just going to be on PC. So, I mean, PC Game Pass is cheaper. If you're on Ultimate, you can drop down to PC and get the same stuff, just not on console, just not on console, I guess, or be able to use it on PC, and it's good value there still, for even though they increased it, $4, $5? It's quite small, but smells like a big one. Says, with the price increase being what it is, do either of you think this is Microsoft leadership setting Xbox up for failure? Fewer subs would lead to less revenue and then less investment in the brand, right? Then they could dump that money into AI and let Xbox flounder like a floppy, flaccid fish. See, I think if they increased the price without adding anything onto it, maybe that would be the case. But they did increase the price with the promise of adding 50% more games, which it's not a free thing to add more stuff. They cut a check to Epic for the Fortnite thing, and they cut a check to Ubisoft for Ubisoft Plus. So they feel like they're actually spending more money, and it justifies the cost of the price increase. I think you'd have a point if they just increased it $10 out of nowhere and it was like nothing was included. The problem is the stuff they included is, edge case scenarios for some people. And if you do the math, granted, we don't know how many number of subs they have, but they could lose subs and actually still make more money depending on how many there were. Like I mentioned, 30 million subs at $20 is the same as 20 million subs at 30 million subs at $20 is the same as 20 million subs at $30. It's still $600 million in revenue. So, but if you didn't lose 10, if you lost, say, 5, now you have 25 million people paying $30. That's more than you would make at 30 million for 20. So it really depends on what the mix is. And so they could easily have a scenario where 1 million people unsubbed, but the people that stayed increased the revenue a lot more. So to me, this is more about protecting Call of Duty and not losing so much from that, and then also getting as much money as they can, maximizing their revenue. Partially maybe because Microsoft wants their Xbox margins to be higher, and this will bring it to them. So I don't think it's that case. But thanks for the question. Google Lens says this might be a better question for Jez. But I guess we'll try to answer it. All right, Colt?
Okay.
What do you guys think of celebrities in video games? For example, in Brutal Legend, you play as Eddie Riggs. He's voiced by Jack Black. For me, I don't want the voice to overshadow the character. It is hard to say that when the first thing you see in Brutal Legends is a live-action video of Jack Black showing you the vinyl recording.
That's awesome.
That brings you into the game. I think it's fine for overshadowing when you are just using famous person's likeness, such as in Brutal Legend, the Guardian of Metal is voiced by Ozzy Osbourne, so I think it is fine if he overshadows when he looks just like Ozzy. But for another Double Fine game, Double Fine is my favorite studio, so I will bring them up a lot. Broken Age, I did not even realize that Jack Black voiced a side character until the end credits. Also, in Psychonauts 2, I think that character, that Jack Black voice, is enough of a fleshed out character to not be overshadowed by his voice. What do you guys think of famous voices versus the characters that uses the voice to tell the character's story? What do you think?
I like that much better than like Nicolas Cage in Dead by Daylight or whatever that was. Like celebrity cameos is like weird to me. But you know, having someone famous play a character in a game is cool. Like if they take on a persona,
if they do a good job,
someone else.
If they do a good job, I'm trying to remember.
I mean, what are some examples where they do? Yeah, like Clicks Brigade says in the chat. Mark Hamill, like he plays an incredible Joker in the Batman Arkham series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that stuff's fantastic. You don't get that often where a famous celebrity takes on the persona of a character in a game.
Yeah, but even Mark,
it's kind of become the other way around.
Yeah, Mark Hamill has also played the Joker for so long in the animated series, but yes, he is a celebrity voice. I know one recently that people point to is Megan Fox in Mortal Kombat 1. She just sounded like Megan Fox. It was pretty bad.
And it's kind of a flat performance.
Yeah.
If I remember right.
I know.
I guess you're paying for Megan Fox.
The thing is, like, I'm more like, it's not even so much celebrity voices. It's like the voices you hear in the games a lot. Like, oh, that's just Troy Baker. Again, doing Troy Baker.
Mm-hmm.
Or that's Nolan North doing Nolan North, right? It's when they kind of do step out of, like, when Troy Baker did Joel, where it was like, you know, you don't even know that's Joel unless you knew it was Troy Baker. It's like those.
How about when Troy Baker did Harrison Ford's Indiana Jones?
Great. You couldn't even tell it was Troy Baker. And he's just that good. It's just sometimes you hear their voice and it's like, oh, it's them. And it's like, oh, Troy Baker again, you know?
Ooh, JT says Sean Bean and Patrick Stewart in Oblivion. Liam Neeson in Fallout 3. Or, not many people know this, Matthew Perry in Fallout New Vegas.
Yeah.
From Friends. Yeah, which is really cool. So, there's a bunch of other celebrities in New Vegas as well.
Yeah, I guess there's a difference between,
I guess I like that.
In Brutal Legend, where, like, it's Ozzy, but it's also his likeness, so it's him. Versus, like, Jack Black, which I like Jack Black as the character in that. But then Jack Black played somebody in Psychonauts 2, but I don't even remember who he played. So I guess it's
he played that one weird character like way midway through the game in the psychedelic level.
Yeah.
I don't remember what his name was, but he did the song, which was cool.
Yeah. Silas says, "Happy Friday, mates. With the recent Xbox news, I'm sure there are deep discussions with Xbox 2 leadership on how to move this podcast forward, with the most likely path forward being a hybrid Brandon Sanderson World of Warcraft fan podcast, keeping the talent happy and engaged. While that change may be down the road, I'm sure the immediate concern is how to adapt Patreon to the evolving market conditions. Has there been talk of raising prices and adding perks that almost nobody in the Xbox 2 community wants? I can just imagine you could have the Rand tier, which includes ad-free access to the weekly podcast, access to the Xbox 2 Plus One and other special podcasts only after they are no longer trending 30 to 60 days, and a $5 a month in either Roblox or Barnes & Noble gift code. The Ultimate or Jez tier would have day one access to all the content, the Sheriff Stark RAR created as a ringtone in Dolby Atmos, and a monthly World of Warcraft token. Thoughts?" You put more thought into it than I have, but that is pretty funny. But no, me and Jez don't have any plans to increase the price of Patreon stuff 50% after talking to getting feedback from people about what they want. It's like, I don't know why. That's the first thing they say. Hey, feedback. It's like, the feedback you got said people wanted to pay more for stuff? Okay.
Oh gosh.
We got.
I can't imagine people saying you should throw Fortnite Crew in there. I don't know.
I can see why they might. They probably were happy to have any sort of Fortnite partnership, considering how big it is. I just sort of wonder if it's because they have data that shows a lot of Ultimate members would love it, so they would stay.
Yeah.
And it would attract some people who aren't on it. But I'm just thinking, man, if you're a casual Fortnite gamer and you're not spending that much money, I don't see why you suddenly would spend $30 instead of just spending $12 for the Fortnite crew thing by itself. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sick and Tired says, "Hi, men. Hope you are both doing well. 2 questions, if I may. If have any of you had any feedback about the morale at Xbox? No, I haven't. Surely a lot of the non-executives are very worried about the situation that Microsoft has put the console in. Secondly, I don't understand why Microsoft didn't have add-ons for Game Pass. You get the base plan, then you can add the different extras at certain cost for each one each month. EA Play, $5. Ubisoft Classic, $5. Xbox First Party Day 1, $10. The COD Pack, $5. That way people can pick and choose the options they want, kind of like ordering a pizza. Thanks for the answers." I don't know. I don't know about anything in the morale. I know, at one point, I think when all the layoffs are going off, people were worried about losing their job, and maybe they're probably still worried about losing their job because, AI and all those sort of things going on. So maybe they're worried about job security. But yeah, we've sort of talked about the tiered approach, and on the surface level, it is cool because it's like an all you can eat buffet, right, Colt? Oh, I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna grab me some EA Play, and I'm gonna grab me some Call of Duty, and I'll grab me some Xbox First Party, and then boom.
There's a reason why the cable company didn't let you choose 30 of the channels you want for $30 a month instead of $100 for a month. The reason is they know that they just lock people into a pricing structure, give them. I mean, I guess their feedback is they're giving you more choice, but to allow people to pick and choose things out of there, they would piecemeal down to a $4 service, or they would have the absolute minimum, and they're banking on people needing some of the things that come with Ultimate. Because, like we said before, you got to look at you can downgrade down to premium, but then when the big game comes out, like next year, when let's say Gears E-Day is set for like April of 2026. When April comes around, you're going to be like, gosh, dang it. Like, do I want to spend $70 or do I want to just pay $30 and have Game Pass Ultimate? Because my premium subscription does not bring Gears E-Day into it. So now I'm paying $16 a month that I've been paying month after month. And now I got to shell out $70 for Gears E-Day. And so they know this. So they're not going to let you build your a la carte service and make it cheaper.
I mean, it would be
Sucks.
cool, but yeah,
it'd be amazing.
Yeah, I don't think it would work for what they're trying to do. I'd love it, but yeah, they just want everybody locked in or whatever. They don't want people to pick and choose their stuff, because I would imagine most people would be like, I don't want this, I don't want this, I want this. And then you would really know how much that they want. It'd be funny. It's like, okay, we have a la carte, and if you want Xbox Day 1 games, it's $30. You'd be like, but that's no different than what it is now. It's like it's $30, or 25 or something. Omen says, Happy Friday. Do any of you think this Game Pass price increase might secretly be an effort to get more Xbox gamers to simply start buying games again? I know that a lot of game devs within Xbox have complained about the difficulty of calculating how much value a game provides, with Game Pass being such a high percentage of users. Maybe this will make the calculus easier on how successful first-party games actually are. It's definitely an interesting thought experiment, Colt, about, hey, is this kind of like a soft reboot of Game Pass in the sense of pricing out people from day one games to get them to purchase stuff again? But I think you run the risk of alienating a lot of people who normally would buy the games from you, and maybe they say this is the final straw and I'll buy the games elsewhere, or just not buy the games at all. Because you mentioned, you just gave a perfect example of, like, I downgraded from Ultimate to Premium, and Gears E-Day's out. What do? I normally would have gotten it through Ultimate.
Have you over barrel?
And now I don't get it. Do I spend $70? Do I subscribe for a month and get it and unsubscribe? Do I just not play it? I mean, that's I guess they'll find out, right? They'll find out.
I mean, just assume that there's going to be a game nearly every month that you want to play. That may not be the case, but 2025 certainly had that. That there were almost every month they had something that people wanted to play on Game Pass. So they did a pretty good job. It took them a while to get there, but yeah, you have to make that decision. Now what do I do?
Yeah, I don't know.
And I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to get people to stop thinking I'm on Game Pass, I don't ever need to buy games. And they're definitely, I have a couple close friends who will not buy games because they have Game Pass. They're just too busy playing all the Game Pass games. I'm going to wait on the new blah, blah, blah game that's really big that everyone's talking about because I have a backlog of games that are leaving soon on Game Pass. I'm like, well, you're very different from most people, but that person also heavily defended the price hike and said, if you can't afford it, maybe you shouldn't be in gaming. So, yeah, I don't know. That's not me.
We got Rave Damos says, Rand and Cole, gentlemen, what a podcast. Great job and have a wonderful weekend to you and the entire community.
Oh, thank
you, sir. Appreciate that. Zarlis says, hey, Rand and Jez, with the recent Game Pass tier and pricing updates, has Xbox solidified itself as purely an enthusiast platform at this point? The current incarnation of Xbox has pitched itself as a high-value option to gamers, especially at the beginning of this generation with the original Series S and Game Pass prices, but this isn't the case anymore. In my opinion, Game Pass as a service has no real casual appeal for what it is. Casuals are mostly just sticking with older and free-to-play games and only buying maybe 1 or 2 games a year, so spending hundreds of dollars on a costly subscription that isn't really getting used probably doesn't sound appealing. Even with the potential cloud-only tier, I just don't see subscription-based gaming being appealing to casual audience. With the future Xbox PC console hybrid probably being pretty beefy and expensive, I wonder if the only people really left wanting to pay the entry-level cost and high subscription fees are the most hardcore of the audience at this point. Sorry for the lengthy read and have a great weekend. I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. I think Game Pass is at that price point where it's really only for the super, super hardcore enthusiasts that play a whole bunch of games and love like the Xbox Play Anywhere stuff. So they love being in the ecosystem. And while anybody else who maybe only plays a couple things is probably like looking at it and being like, oh, it's not worth it for me anymore. And then you combine that with the price hikes. It's like, yeah, the platform might just be for the super enthusiasts, right? And then maybe they're fine with it only being 20 million people or whatever the number would be. Diego says, sup guys, my question for you is, has Game Pass hit its market cap? I believe it has. Back in 2020, Microsoft Xbox set a goal of over 100 million subscribers by 2030. With it basically 4 years away, I think they've realized it's pretty much impossible for Game Pass to hit that goal and have switched from growth to now maximizing profits. I also believe that PC Game Pass won't be around much longer, especially with the rumor that the new console is just basically a PC. Doesn't make a lot of sense to have a console PC Game Pass when the console is no longer a console. Love to hear your opinion. Love the show. Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing those projections that they wanted 100 million subs by 2032 or whatever, and I think I saw them a couple years ago. I'm like, there's no way they're getting to that. You need and I remember seeing the breakdown, and it was mostly mobile. Like, you need mobile, and like maybe they wanted to start their mobile store, and that even hasn't happened yet. So I sort of wonder if that stuff is the fact that they haven't been able to get their mobile stuff going is part of the problem for them of not reaching those milestones, because I don't think you're going to reach. I don't think they ever thought they were going to reach those milestones on console, but you'd have a console at the base, and then PC was growing, and then you combine that with like what you thought you could get on mobile with cloud gaming and everywhere, and maybe you thought, hey, if we have Call of Duty and all these other things, we'll hit that number. And I remember thinking back then, I'm like, they're not going to be coming anywhere close. They'll be lucky to hit half of that by 2030.
Right.
You know? So, yeah, and I don't know. I mean, you're right. If the next console's a PC hybrid, is that going to run off of PC Game Pass or Ultimate? Did they just fold PC Game Pass into it? That depends on the device. Because I don't think there'll be any games exclusive to that device, because I think clearly it'll be a cross-gen. So I don't really know. I mean, we'll just have to get to that point and see how they present it to everybody, right?
Yeah.
I did see today. I didn't get a chance to see what it was, but I saw something to say that like Stasis said something bad's coming for PC Game Pass soon. Did you see that, Colt?
I don't know. I've been managing there's something bad coming this week from like 3 or 4 different people this week.
Yeah.
So I didn't hear about the Stasis thing. Unless when was that?
I don't know.
Because
I saw it
actually
when I was
translated into the.
I saw it when I was putting together the show, but I think Mr. Boomstick had a podcast with it, but I don't know what it was.
Maybe it was the what it ended up being was the ad tier cloud thing, and he just got his wires crossed. I don't know. What else could be coming bad to Game Pass they didn't already announce? You know.
Yeah, Trickster for Trey says, so here's an idea. How about Xbox lets me customize my Game Pass Day 1 games, no other fluff. They have added a bunch of stuff I don't care about. If it was COD or Halo Battle Pass, it would be different for me. Yeah, I've seen that sentiment a lot, not only in the chat and the Patreon stuff, but also online about tiers or being able to customize it. I mean, I wouldn't be against it.
Right.
It would be cool if on Monday they're like, we heard your feedback, and we're allowing you to customize the ultimate tier. I'd be like, all right, but I don't think
so. I mean, they struck those deals with Epic and Ubisoft, and it's really important to those partners as well.
Sure.
And the money has been spent and exchanged.
Yeah. But hypothetically, let's say they did that and you could opt in. So you could stay at $20 and you're like, hey, I don't want Ubisoft Plus. I don't want Fortnite. I don't want cloud gaming. Or maybe I do want cloud gaming. So maybe you pay $21 or $22. Would you be like, all right, I'm good then. You listen to feedback.
Yeah, but
I'm not paying for what I don't want. So like,
how do you facilitate that as Xbox where people have?
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying hypothetically. Let's say that happened. How would you feel? Would you be like, I'm good. I'll subscribe for another year. I know, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Would you be like, all right, cool. Like, I'm good now.
Like I could probably do without EA Play. Oh, you said this like a couple hours ago, but I mean you did. But I could probably do without EA Play. I mean, I don't think I really use it. And the Ubisoft thing, there's some cool games in there, but I played them all. I definitely haven't found anything. I've had it for 2 days. I haven't found anything that I really wanted to install. But so yeah, I guess I would use that.
Yeah.
They'll never do it.
No, they won't. Guess who says?
Because we already know they're gonna make enough money with the people that are hyped. So.
Why have they never had a console Game Pass like PC Game Pass? Day 1 games without cloud, PC access, Fortnite, Ubisoft Classics. They already put old Ubisoft Game Pass in Game Pass anyways. They got 30+ million consoles out there. Don't ignore them. Doesn't make sense, man. Well, they're making the console guys pay for everything, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. PC, they're being a little more thoughtful for because, I mean, they tried in PC market before with Games for Windows Live and everybody hated it. So they had to be more tactful in their approach and had to be cheaper because there was growth there. So you can't sell the PC people what you can sell the console people. It's just kind of how it is. Matt says, fellas, I noticed Peppa Pig was just added to Game Pass. Do you think Microsoft raised prices so they could finally afford the full Peppa Pig collection in Game Pass? Absolutely. That's the real true reason nobody will say it's because of Peppa Pig. Damn pig.
Yep.
Chris M says, hey, Rand, nothing to ask you guys this week. I'm sure you've had your hands full with the Game Pass fiasco. I just want to pass along well wishes to Jez as he recovers, and I hope you both have a relaxing weekend. Well, thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. Good old Collinwood says, hello, Rand and Jez. Now to something really controversial. Alien Earth. There's been a lot of words being said about the series. Rand, I know you've been watching. What is your verdict about the show? Okay, so I finished the show, and my opinion sort of changed a bit. Like, I loved the show for the first 5 episodes. And I felt episodes 6, 7, and 8 really dropped the ball. Those episodes weren't nearly as good as the previous 5. I didn't like the fact it ended on a cliffhanger like it did because I don't know if we're going to get a season 2. And then who knows, it's still, even if we do, we might have to wait 2 or 3 years. Would I watch a season 2? Yes. Am I super interested in seeing the story continue? I am. Would I recommend the show to anybody? With the fallout, with the drop-off of quality that I felt happened in the last 3 episodes, I wouldn't recommend it. Whereas the first 5, I was like telling people, watch Alien Earth, it's great. But because of how it ended up, and I don't know if it's getting renewed, I wouldn't recommend the show anymore. So yeah, wasn't a fan of the last 3 episodes, and I don't know if we're even getting a follow up.
What is it on?
Alien Earth is on Hulu.
Oh, okay.
So, Uterson says, "Hey guys, I have one question regarding the price increase for Game Pass Ultimate that I haven't seen many people bring up. Why does Microsoft Xbox not offer an annual subscription at a slightly discounted price, like Sony does with PlayStation Plus? I know
that answer.
I knew that Sony had these annual plans at lower monthly rates than paying per month, but I didn't know just how low the cost could get. During the PlayStation Days of Play and Black Friday sales, they offer 33% off these annual plans. This brings the price of a 12-month subscription for the highest tier PlayStation Plus down to a staggering low $107. That's $9 a month. As far as I know, Xbox does not do any similar sales for Game Pass. Being able to get a year PlayStation Premium for less than a third of the cost of 1 year of Game Pass Ultimate is absolutely crazy to me. Colt, I've talked about this for years, and I've said repeatedly why. Because they remember with Xbox Live Gold, they did have if you pay, because it was like $10 a month.
Yeah, it was cheaper,
but it was $60
more
a year.
Expensive.
Right?
It was like $5 or $6 a month if you paid monthly, but if you paid by the year, it's $60.
No, it was like
you save money.
Yeah, so it was like you save money if you do it for a year, and I know this PlayStation did that, but with Game Pass they've never offered that. Where it's like, hey, if you sign up for the whole year, this is what you get. And I don't know.
There's two
Two
reasons why.
Okay, what do you think of the reasons?
2 reasons why is one of them is they don't want to lower the price of Game Pass. They don't want you to get it cheaper because you're already getting what they think is an incredible value, and they want to make sure they're eking the correct amount of money for it. So the other reason is if you pay $280 for a year, prepay it for Game Pass, and then February comes around and it's like, oh, your Game Pass expires. You're like, oh my gosh. Like if you don't have auto renew on, you're like, oh, $280. You know, I think psychologically people don't want to, they don't want to pay that renewal fee if it's that high. So if they get the reoccurring bill that $21 or now $32 with tax is now going to be debited, they're like, oh, okay, I'll re-up again because the games look good next month, or the games are good right now that I'm with. But if it's a yearly renewal, it's a lot to ask to pay.
Yeah, I guess.
And I guess you could get a discount, or you could pay for the year and say, well, crap, I'll just get a month. But typically someone who pays for a year is like, oh crap, now I got to pay another year. And it's too much of an ask. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I just don't know why they haven't offered it, because some people would definitely, you know, if they offer, let's say they offered a year and it was like $100 off, so it was $360, it was like $260, so basically the same price as it is now. I would imagine a lot of people would take advantage of that. Like, let me just pay up all this right now. But I guess they could say, well, you could go buy the cards and do it or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I've never asked anybody at Xbox why they don't do it. I've always been curious about why you did offer something for Xbox Live Gold, but you've never offered the same thing for Game Pass. But
here's a funnier question I'll ask you. What would be the Xbox executive answer if, like, Sarah Bond was asked in an interview, why don't you guys offer a discounted year of Game Pass? What would Sarah say?
I have no idea what she would say.
Oh, we've looked into it, but you know, she can't say, you know, she can't make it look bad. Like, you gotta,
sure.
You can't, you know.
I mean, I don't know. She did kind of make it look bad when they asked her about like shutting down those studios. She didn't really have an answer for that, but
yeah, she wasn't prepped for that, huh?
I don't know. I don't know what you would say. Like, oh, we feel we provide enough value.
We find that subscribers would rather
blah 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 blah. Yeah, market
we
research.
find that subscribers would rather pay month to month. Yeah, they'd rather pay
like
month to month than to pay a large lump sum, and be able to, you know, pay for Game Pass on a monthly basis instead of,
I suppose,
something like that.
Yeah, it could be something like that. But we have the Duck of Death with the Super Chat says the top price hike was $10 to push some people out of Ultimate. $30 is the monthly cost Microsoft is comfortable with charging for what it offers. More expensive to develop games are being added. Yeah, I'm sure some people are going to downgrade to premium like Jez. And some people are just going to leave altogether. And then the people that left, they're probably hoping ends up to being like, we're making more money. So it all depends on values in the eye of beholder. If you feel there's value there for you, you'll keep on subscribing. If you don't, then you're going to cancel. Maybe the middle tier is a better option. So
I don't know. I just don't love the people who are like, everyone cancel Game Pass, vote with your wallet. Like, not everybody has the same value proposition or has the same financial situation, or not everybody looks at all the games and says, I don't want to play any of these.
The thing is, the thing is with the vote,
and you're not going to change it.
It's really the only way to tell a corporation or anything about how you feel about certain stuff, right? Sure, you can say all you want on Twitter, but does that actually result in real world action? And
yeah, I mean, it's like the Xbox going multi-plat. Like, we're going to put our games on PlayStation. You know, let's tell the executives that we're not going to stand for this. I think with this Game Pass price hike, we've established pretty well that they're not going to back out on this. This is like set in stone, just like they are with games going to PlayStation eventually. This is something I don't think we can change. So vote with your wallet. What is it going to do at this point? Maybe it could make a difference.
Well,
I guess you can't vote with your wallet on the putting games on PlayStation.
No, you really can't. You know, and I think like the $80 game stuff, clearly it was a lack of pre-order numbers for Outer Worlds 2 that were just like, hey, this isn't working.
Yeah.
So let's not do this. And maybe there's a scenario, Colt, where enough people unsubscribe where they hit their point where now they're actually not making as much as they would have, where they have to think about walking it back. But like I said, there's crying and complaining on Twitter, and then there's real action. Like, how much does it result in actual, hey, I'm actually going to unsubscribe, or I'm actually going to cancel? And sometimes it's not, because we've seen over the years people being like, I'm boycotting this game, and then they're playing it, or it's still the best-selling game. Some people just like to be part of a group and like to be like, I'm doing this. But when it comes down to it, you know, they're not pressing the button to unsubscribe. So, you know, we'll see if this really. I'd be very curious. I mean, people were saying that this cancellation webpage was running really slow and was taken down. And we have seen Google Trends where if you type in Xbox Game Pass cancel, it's like the trend is like super high up. So people have definitely been searching for it. But does it result in tangible real world action? Potentially, because I think the prices are high enough where it's got people wondering if it's worth it anymore. So, yeah. But anyways, I don't want to keep you. We've been doing this forever. My butt's getting sore. I'm getting hungry. I know you're getting hungry because you hate doing podcasts over 2 hours long, and you sat here with me for almost 4 hours and 20 minutes.
No, it's just after 2 hours, I have to eat. That's how ridiculous I am.
That is true. That's why I ate before I did the show. But,
yeah, I did too. But
I want to thank you so much for coming on and basically having the show today, because otherwise, you know, with Jez being out of commission because at the hospital and sick and stuff, I wasn't sure I'm going to be able to do the show today. So I want to thank you for coming on, and I want to thank Paris for dropping his wisdom as well. So I know you made your video about this.
Awesome.
You and Mag are probably going to talk about it on Monday. You probably have some, you know, things to say then.
I hope people still are interested in what is, you know, on where it's going by then, but we'll see. Yeah.
So I know everybody knows where you're at, but let them know in case they don't.
Yeah, you can find me at Colt Eastwood on YouTube and on Twitter. And yeah, check out my video if you haven't. It's about 8 minutes of me explaining what's going on and showing you some stuff too. Had a lot of cool stuff on the screen, so it was fun to be on with you, bro. It's like we talk on the phone. Rarely do we do it live, right?
Yeah, fuck it, I'll do it live. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's
thanks everybody.
Yeah, it's gonna be we'll be back. Hopefully Jez is good to go for something on Tuesday. We'll see. I don't know how long it's gonna take him to be. Make sure you guys wish him get well, because he was not feeling well, and then he was like, I'm in the hospital. I'm like, what? So thank you to Colton Paris. Thank you to the sponsors, Surfshark, for the 86% off a 2-year deal. Links in the description if you guys want to check that out. It supports us and keeps you safe browsing the internet. And thank you to all the wonderful Patrons who support me and Jez every single month. Patreon.com/XB2. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't to the channel. And if you're on listening to this later on Spotify or iTunes, leave us a review or give us a like or whatever. We'd appreciate it very much so. So with that all said, I think this is episode 382.
Dang.
Yeah. Hope you guys enjoy your weekend. Play some games. I'm going to probably finish and start my third playthrough of Silent Hill F. And then after that, I don't know, maybe Ghost of Yotai. I don't know. We'll see. But until then, keep it gaming, everybody. Later.
Thanks.